Yeah, I started the stream mid-yawn. So I saw this, and I just thought the title was really fucking funny, so I'm just gonna get right into it.
These funky stairs might look cool, but they could also be downright dangerous. They're called death stairs. Experts say dangerous staircases indoors can pose a serious safety risk. President-elect Trump's first wife, Ivana, lost her life in 2022 after falling down the...
That's what happened? Oh my god, I had no idea that she literally died from falling downstairs. Okay, I feel like she was murdered.
Staircase at her elegant New York City townhouse. Her friends had warned her years ago that if she wasn't careful, that sweeping curved staircase would be the death of her. So how serious can these stairs be? Look at these nasty and scary tumbles. Down they go. This is the spiral staircase in my house. And now I'm curious.
Wait, that's nothing. Hold on. Oh, that's not the right person. Fuck. Alright, I didn't have it on hand. Never mind, I'm not gonna care about that type she gets back.
Curious, how safe really is this thing? Marty Anderson is a stair safety expert. Do you notice any problems here?
Well,
Is that Stephen King?
it's a little bit tight. The other thing is your railing, it might be a little bit on the low side. I can't tell. Yeah, you're missing code here by a good 1.5 to 2 inches.
Inspecting the staircase on my outside patio, Anderson immediately spots some red flags. Okay. Notice, no railing.
So would you say these are death stairs?
That's got kind of a crazy setup.
I would say they are death stairs, yeah.
Man, okay.
Another tip from our expert, maintain the condition of your stairs before they start to break down.
We often are called in and we say, well, why are we here? It looks like these have been in bad condition for quite some time. And they say, well, my aunt came over and she slipped and she broke her wrist falling downstairs, and now it's time to do something about it.
Y'all should have seen how I was setting up my Christmas lights inside yesterday. I was like, on the outer rung of the staircase with my foot against the wall, like leaning over. Because it's like a curved staircase, and I was trying to put the lights up. It was pretty crazy. He really doesn't want to move.
Have a lazy day.
Anki's just laying down on the... I'm almost positive in that gigantic pile that I wanted you to search through and clean, there's scotch tape. There's a shit ton of scissors all over the place. What drawer? Explain to me which one the front drawer would be. It's a...
Closest drawer when
all of our drawers are like junk. Just look through all of them. Find some scissors. They're around. There's some scissors in my bathroom if you just need scissors. You have a fucking box cutter in your toolkit thing. Your toolkit? I don't know what to do. Alright.
with tariffs on day
Go
one.
over to the tariffs, considering our
threat to hit Canada and Mexico with
economy is
tariffs
just
on
going
day
to go
one
completely
of his
down the
administration.
drain
Two
there.
countries are pushing back. Mexico's president is warning that her country could retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs of its own. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis here with the story. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, George. Nice to
Hi,
see you
Rebecca.
guys. And he is threatening Mexico and Canada with those tariffs unless they crack down on the flow of migrants and drugs. They are pushing back, but it is American consumers who could end up paying the biggest price.
Well,
This morning, President-elect Trump's threat to impose tariffs on America's neighbors already prompting a growing fight with Mexico and Canada. Mexico's new president threatening to retaliate with tariffs of their own if Trump follows through on his pledge to impose 25% across
fuck
the
it, might
board
as well do
tariffs
it.
on both countries, potentially sparking a devastating trade war.
No es aceptable.
Mexico's president says tariffs are not acceptable and it would cause inflation and job losses in the U.S. and Mexico. Adding later, Mexico respects Trump, but we also ask respect for ourselves. To the north, in Canada, an emergency session of Parliament where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who's had a rocky relationship with Trump, is trying to calm nerves, speaking to Trump within hours of him posting his threat Monday night.
What we will do is stand up for Canadian
Hey,
jobs,
three.
as we have before, as we will continue to. Stand up for the prosperity we create when we work together.
But analysts believe the damage wouldn't be limited to overseas. Several major companies have already made clear American
We're
consumers
so
would pay
cooked.
much of the cost of any tariffs. With inflation still cooling, Americans could be hit with higher prices for electronics, cars, hardware, groceries, and even
yeah, when
gasoline.
we were looking at this yesterday, it was what, Monday? Like, most of like the shit that we our biggest trading partners, biggest three trading partners are Mexico, Canada, and China.
Also, Russia's about to be defeated economically.
Happy birthday. You know, it's somebody's, I guess. Happy birthday to whoever's birthday is today. Yeah, happy birthday to the birthdays of November 27th.
Lean. Best Buy CEO, for example, telling investors during an earnings call Tuesday the vast majority of that tariff will probably be passed on to the consumer as a price increase.
Love that. Yeah, but Trump's great for the economy, guys. Your life is gonna be way easier. Groceries are too fucking expensive. Let's make them more expensive for everything else you buy too. Then, like, by comparison, it won't seem as high when everything else costs significantly more.
Trump has long favored tariffs to achieve his goals, this time accusing America's two largest trading partners of letting drugs and migrants cross the border, promising pain.
I do blame Canada for having people like Jordan Peterson and Steven Crowder be able to come into this country.
If something doesn't change.
And the question now is how much of that tough talk actually becomes action when you look at President-elect Trump's cabinet, his economic cabinet. Many of them are seen by Wall Street as more moderate on tariffs. The perception is, George, that this is a negotiating tactic at this point.
And that's one of the reasons that the stock market keeps rising.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking all of this in stride at this point, Wall Street was up 20% going into the election. The S&P 500 now up 27% for the year, and that's what's reflected in most 401ks and retirement accounts. And I can tell you, while you're hearing from a lot of world leaders on this topic, behind the scenes, it's the CEOs talking to the president-elect about what this would do to their business and their consumer.
Okay, Rebecca, thanks very much.
So they're coping, I guess, that it won't happen, which I guess I am doing also. All right, let's cover some other short videos I have before I get into the longer ones. This is just some stuff that I saw earlier that I wanted to watch with y'all. This I thought was funny because it looked like stock imaging.
Well, many of you will be feasting for Thanksgiving tomorrow, but it's important to be mindful about.
For whatever, I have a reason for it, but there's this channel that is local news for Colorado that I really like because they did the Colorado debates like last year or whatever, and I thought that the moderators were pretty on par and thought they did a good job with their reporting, so I follow that channel. So it's in like my normal, like, I guess, like YouTube subscription news feed. So I always just randomly have a lot of random information about Colorado when I live in Texas and I don't know a single person who lives in Colorado. But this is one of those things that I saw, this 9 News channel. What are you doing? We have so much.
Some food may have on your body. Our 9 News medical expert, Dr. Coley, shares some self-care tips on how to lower the impact of holiday eating.
As we gather around the table to give thanks for all the wonderful things in our life, it's so important to give thanks for our health.
Okay, that intro, I feel like I'm not even... Alright, never mind, I thought that would be more interesting. This is something I got a news alert about earlier too. Trump cabinet picks reportedly targeted with bomb threats.
A scare for 12 of President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees who have been targeted with serious threats. And since they're not yet official government officials, they get no Secret Service or Capitol Police protection. Amber Cagliano has the latest.
A dozen Trump cabinet picks have been targeted with death threats, bomb threats, and swatting. The Trump transition team says last night and this morning, several of President Trump's cabinet nominees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives. They call the threats dangerous acts of intimidation.
Wait, violent, un-American? What?
And violence.
No one should have to live in fear because they have been asked to serve their country.
The Thanksgiving holiday attacks appear to be orchestrated and well coordinated.
Well, are they actually attacks or are they just scares? Kind of important.
Targeting homes thousands of miles apart. The nominees are still private citizens, so they don't yet have the protection they would once their nominations are confirmed. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, named the new UN ambassador, says she and her husband and 3-year-old son were driving home from Washington for Thanksgiving when they were informed of a bomb threat to their residence. There was a similar threat at the Long Island home of former Congressman Lee Zeldin, chosen to lead the Environmental Protection Agency.
Seems like kind of a unremarkable. Also, are you allowed to have stars on your house if you don't live in Texas? I feel like that's a Texas thing.
Home of former Congressman Lee Zeldin, chosen to lead the Environmental Protection Agency.
Galvanized pipes with explosives in the mailbox that will go off when it's open.
Zeldin says in a statement, a pipe bomb threat targeting me and my family at my home today was sent in with a pro-Palestinian message. My family and I were not home at the time and are safe. Bomb-sniffing dogs were called to the Florida home of Matt Gaetz, who has withdrawn his nomination as Attorney General. NYPD says Howard Lutnick, Trump's pick for Commerce Secretary, received a terroristic email.
Okay, that's a little,
Pete Hegseth, Trump.
Wait, he just got an email? These people should look what is in my fucking inbox sometimes, dude. What the fuck?
Commerce Secretary received a terroristic email. Pete Hegseth, Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, and John Radcliffe, nominated to head the CIA, were also reportedly among the targets. Security expert Bob Strang spoke to our Stephen Fabian.
How are they going to have Thanksgiving dinner with their families, their parents and their children, their grandchildren, and not worry, knowing that these groups have their home address, they know their...
I see.
habits, and they're in danger.
A statement by the FBI today says
they're just They probably normally get this much bullshit because, you know, they're public figures. But the reason why this is news, I guess, is because the one thing that they gave us some information about who was doing it was pro-Palestinian messaging. So,
The FBI is aware of numerous bomb threats and swatting incidents targeting incoming administration nominees and appointees.
A law enforcement official says no explosive devices were found in
okay, so they were just threats, right? That I'm sure they get all the time.
connection with these threats.
Not that that's like cool, just saying. I just noticed that the only thing that they said was that it's a pro-Palestinian messaging. It's like, well, I bet there's probably a lot of people who are pretty pissed, like at like the MAGA people who are pretty pissed at like some moderates that were nominated. I can't imagine that, like, you know, the people who are very often doing stuff like that with like libs of TikTok or whatever, the people who are like of that ilk would be more likely to do something than people who are, I don't know, just annoying like shit libs or not shit libs, but like tankies. When bombs started swishing, yeah, it just seemed like, yeah, pretty like non-story there. There's a few of these stories that I wanted to watch, but the other two videos I wanted to watch are really long, so I don't know, maybe we'll get to it.
But let's start off with some
Into
what
it.
the hell news. It was the most requested story on the text line for the past 12 hours. Let's talk about this Kai Cenat situation. And for those who don't know, Kai Cenat is arguably one of the biggest streamers in the world right now. And he's in the middle of this marathon stream subathon where he became the most subscribed streamer in the world. But now we're seeing people yell, what the hell, that was messed up, or ban Kai Cenat. And the reason they're saying that right now is because there was a stunt aired on his stream where it appeared that Kai pulled a rope that then hung someone. Because like I said, Kai's been doing this subathon, and last night he was joined by a magician by the name of Max Major, who seemingly had a surprise trick for him. Because when Kai walked outside to find Max, Max was already on a platform accompanied by 3 nooses, which resulted in this reaction.
Yo, what? Bro, what is wrong? Max, what the are you doing up there, Max?
And then, as they got closer to Max, he explained the stunt, noting that there were 3 nooses up there with him and 3 cords with handles down by Kai. And in this setup, the way it's shown is that even though...
Wait, why do you guys keep saying happy birthday? We just, I can't tell if we're just memeing or... Is there actually a thing saying that it's like a... I don't know if I put my actual birth date in, like, I don't know, like 12 years ago, whenever I made this account.
Kai couldn't see what cord belonged to which noose, he was going to pull one when Max told him to. Notably, Max attached to one of the nooses, but first, he also warned the audience.
I have to say that I'm a professional. This is my decision to do this. I'm supervised by professionals. We have emergency personnel standing by, and that absolutely no one should try anything like this.
Yeah, the quality on this stream is fucking nuts, dude.
Or anything dangerous at home.
They then do a pull test where
Not only like the camera quality, but the fact that it's a live stream broadcast, like they got the good lighting and shit, like holy shit.
I pulled one of the cords to see what would happen, and sure enough, one of the nooses goes up. But then after that test, Max putting his head through one of the nooses, and with only 2 cords left to pull, it seemingly meant there was a 50-50 shot that Kai was going to pull the one that Max was attached to. And initially with this, you have Kai seemingly getting worried.
If I kill you, I go to jail, right?
Yo, this guy's jacked.
Bro, what the No!
Everyone in Kai's group also appears to start getting uneasy with the whole thing, but Kai did as Max instructed and pulled one of the handles. And as it turned out, he pulled the one that Max had put his head in. So Max goes up into the air for a few seconds, but his crew then quickly dropped him down and got him out. Now with that, the reason I'm describing it rather than showing you is I do not think I can or would want to show you someone getting hung by a noose. But in the aftermath, what we saw and what I can show you is Kai's reaction.
What the Wait, no. Oh my God. No. I might get banned. Oh, my heart hurts. We need to clear the way so that they can get him out. Oh my God. Yo, what? I get banned. Is he good? It's gotta be a prank. It has to be a prank. Matt's still laying in the box. Bro, I just pulled a... All my life, I didn't mean to pull the wrong cord. All my life.
Kai's team then is instructed to go back Inside, Kai continues to wonder if he was pranked, asking, is Max okay? And then he finds a note from Max instructing him to watch a video where he essentially explains that the whole thing was pre-planned.
If you're watching this, that means that something has gone terribly wrong. But what you don't know is that was all according to my plan. You see, at the start of my performance, I said that tonight was all about choices. But not just the choices that you made tonight, the choices that you've made since the day that we met. Well, all along, I planned to influence you to make the wrong choice, and I knew you'd pick the red handle.
You then see Kai seemingly worried he was going to face a ton of backlash, and he definitely did. With people generally thinking, prank or not, whether Kai knew or not, he shouldn't have let this whole thing happen. With people writing things like, it doesn't take a genius to know once a man was on a stage with a noose around his neck, you probably shouldn't continue with the stunt. No matter if the magician tricked him or not, there comes a point you need to use logic in your
Am I just getting old? I don't care. Obviously, this is all set up. Like, with the quality of the production, it's not like it was a little bit of an oopsie. They knew exactly what was going to happen. I'm kind of like ruining the fun of this. Like, I don't care.
Your brain and call things on. I'm not saying Kai.
I heard this was like a big deal, but I guess it's just because people were, I don't know, playing along with it.
Bad guy, but he needs to be held accountable. And Kai Cenat had someone almost break their neck for his enjoyment, and his first words are, I might get banned. And this is people saying that because—
What? Hold on, the rest of that said, this homophobic pig deserves everything bad that happens to him. What?
break their neck for his enjoyment, and his first words are, I might get banned. And this is people saying that because of this and other recent controversial elements of his stream, he should be banned, with other creators like XQC even chiming in.
A woman doing, wait, hold on. A woman doing coke on his stream. Children saw what you thought was a man being lynched. The top and bottom of it is there has never been more obvious ban for this site. This is
Recent
insurmountable.
controversial elements of his stream, he should be banned, with other creators like XQC even chiming in.
It's just weird. Imagine inducing like mental torment on people, like, oh dude, you pulled the wire and you just killed somebody. Oh, it's a sticky note. It's just a prank.
Now with this, understand you do have people defending Kai, saying, you know, he didn't know it was going to happen. He got set up.
I mean, I agree with XQC. Like, it's just like a weird thing to do, but I mean, I don't know. I've seen the Mind Freak or whatever shit, and they're always do weird shit like this.
Something that Max was intentionally sabotaging.
Homophobia allegations after tense live stream moment. Tourist friend Ray during live stream in a clip making around the internet personally. Several others seen in the back of the vehicle eventually noticed that Ray was sitting on Kai's lap and immediately made it clear that he wasn't comfortable with it. He told him to chill repeatedly while his friends defended themselves. The clip has earned mixed reactions.
What's New Jersey? They got mesh.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah.
Oh my god, it's so loud.
Bro.
Where am I just calling?
Yo, Ray.
What the fuck?
Ray, you gotta chill, bro.
Doing that.
Ray.
Stop doing that. Stop. No, doing that. Come sit right here. Come sit right here. It's no explanation. Come sit right here.
Ray. Ray.
You want a nigga lap y'all some weirdo?
Ray. Chill. You wildin'.
I wasn't wildin' there. I was just sitting right here.
Bro, you wildin'.
Oh, you gay? That's hilarious. Yeah, that's just annoying. Or like you doing something. I like tried to preemptively pause it, but I had already preemptively paused it, so I just unpaused it. What's up, Tynex?
Him. So there we've seen some pushing back, speculating that every element was staged. With this, you know, others are more mad at Max, calling him out in his YouTube comments, saying that he owes Kai and his viewers an apology for this prank. But as far as my opinion, I'm not inside Kai Cenat's brain. I don't know if he was in on it or not. It seems crazy that he would do it, but I also do not know him as a person. But I do find myself agreeing with the argument that even just seeing the setup for this would have been enough to kill this, right? I mean that either way you look at it. One, purely on Max's side, right? I think just as a concept, fake accidental hanging prank, fucking loser of a concept. As well as then on the
Yeah,
other end,
it's pretty
the
lame.
50-50 will he get hung challenge. Insane concept.
Merry
Like, I
Christmas,
cannot
Nick.
imagine how hard it is to come up with new, interesting ideas for 30 days straight of nonstop streaming. But I mean, just like, holy shit, what a spectacular disaster. You know, with that, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts here? And also let me know if you're familiar with Kai or not. What are your thoughts on the people alleging that Kai was in on it or not? Also, if you didn't know, what are your thoughts about him even participating once he saw the setup? Or with a situation, do you end up falling in the camp of seeing Kai as the victim here? He trusted someone that did something fucked up. Let me know what you're thinking and why. But then we should talk about how Elon Musk and X have jumped into the middle of this whole InfoWars onion situation.
The
Right?
next
All of it
big thing
kinda
on
centers around
YouTube.
the
Hey, leave the gifty to Alec, Tarnax. I saw that there is this.
Tyrannax87 gifted a tier 1 sub to Linux. They have given 32 gift subs in the channel.
I was saying that, lady. Okay. But thank you. That some like I think like fuck, I can't remember. It was like a college that they like had like 19 dudes like beat up like some like gay guy because they were like hitting on him on Grindr, or like they were like meeting, or they were like talking on Grindr, and I guess the person like was pretending to be 16 or something, and I think what probably happened was they were probably doing the Vitaly thing. Like, they were trying to emulate the Vitaly thing, like the pedo hunting shit. I have no idea if that's actually true, but I feel like that seems like that would make a lot of sense. And it's like, god damn, this is we're going fucking buck wild here in the next. We're in like the next season here, and it's a mess.
The idea of
anyways
something fucked up. Let me know what you're thinking and why. But then we should talk about how Elon Musk and X have jumped into the middle of this whole InfoWars onion situation. Right? And all of it kind of centers around the idea of you not owning your X account. Because that's basically what the company is saying in a new legal filing in the bankruptcy case of Alex Jones, the man behind InfoWars. Right? And that because in 2022, a judge ordered Jones to pay more than $1.4 million in damages for falsely
billion with a B,
claiming the Sandy Hook mass shooting was a hoax, with him quickly filing for bankruptcy, and then this month, the Onion buying InfoWars at a bankruptcy auction with the backing of Sandy Hook families. And the Onion, which is a satire news publication, saying that it would turn the site into a parody of itself. Except that sale, it's not final yet. You have Jones and his backers alleging that the sale was a result of fraud and collusion. With, for example, the other bidder, a company that runs a website selling nutritional supplements in Jones's name, they pointed out in an emergency filing that it offered $3.5 million in cash. The Onion, they only offered $1.75 million. Though notably there, the auction process approved by the judge did not require the company to be sold to the highest bidder, saying instead that the trustee could reject the bid that was, quote, contrary to the best interests of the Sandy Hook families. And in this case, the trustee reportedly determined that the creditors ended up significantly better off under the Onion's bid, with one of the reasons being that the majority of Sandy Hook families were willing to pass on their share of the sale proceeds. Right? Instead, they would take a percentage of future revenues from the new InfoWars, leaving more money for the others to get right now. And that's without mentioning that Jones would then not be able to keep InfoWars, which I imagine is an upside for all, if not some, of the families. But in any case, right, Jones's side has also taken issue with other aspects of the sale as well. And with that, there will be a hearing in December with a judge saying that he may decide to approve the sale, order another auction, or hold additional hearings. And this is he also may weigh in on what assets can be sold, right? And that is where Musk and X come in. You see, because when we're talking about the sale of InfoWars, or technically its parent company, Free Speech Systems, we are generally talking about all of its assets, the physical studio and its equipment,
Hell
but
yeah.
also less tangible things like its video archive, website, and social media accounts. But regarding social media accounts, you have X now saying that Alex Jones, InfoWars, really nobody else actually owns those accounts. With the company writing, X Corp's terms of service make clear that it owns the X accounts, as the terms of service is explicit that X Corp merely grants its users a non-exclusive license to use their accounts. Ownership of the accounts remains with X Corp at all times. And so with that, while not opposing the sale in general, the company is opposing the, quote, sale or other purported transfer of any account used by Jones or FSS that is maintained on the X platform. And while with this, you had X acknowledging that the users own the content that they post, the company's argument could obviously have massive implications for the site's users. Now with this, Jones, for his part, who also had his X account previously reinstated by Musk, has been celebrating X's involvement in the bankruptcy proceedings, with him, for example, resharing one post saying, "So important X wins this one so we don't have an ungodly legal precedent set where as soon as you bankrupt someone with lawfare, you get to steal all their social media accounts." But then, on the other side of this, you have a lot of people reacting saying, what's really scary is X even making this claim
Yeah,
in the
they
first
do.
place. With, for example, one person writing, "X's legal filing in the InfoWars bankruptcy case is both batshit crazy and also what you'd expect. It asserts that X owns every account, can do whatever it wants with them, and can inject itself into legal proceedings that have nothing to do with."
I don't know what's going on right now, but in my brain, I'm like really uncomfortable with my Invisalign right now. That hasn't happened in a while. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's not like sitting right. I don't know.
With Twitter. And another saying his claim that users only have use of their accounts would mean, according to Musk, he owns all government and lawmaker X accounts. Gives a person pause. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this legal battle plays out, both regarding the specifics around X as well as just the general thing. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But then, taking a quick break from the news, you know those people in your life who seem to
North Carolina governor vetoes bill that does little for Hurricane Ed. Consumer watchdog warns of loophole that can lead to choking hazard in toys. Scientists are warring with each other about how fast the universe is expanding. I hate any of that stuff. I get really existential dread talking about like
There is a lot to
the expanse of the universe. All right, let's get into my main story here. I am, however, going to figure out why my teeth feel so uncomfortable and be right back. was eating crackers earlier, and I guess I didn't do a good enough job brushing my teeth because there was a bunch of schmutz after I just brushed them again. It's an insane campus year. Does he even really have a camp?
I know there are some people in this community who scoff at the drama and they're not that interested and they'd rather do the research streams and all the other stuff and cover serious topics, which we still do. But at the end of the day, sometimes the drama comes to you, okay? Because Hasan has been covering me on his stream for 3 days now, all by the way of reactions to Bad Empanada videos. An open Hamas supporter who has openly lied about me and my family and everything else for years now, who has threatened to sue me with fake defamation cases over tweets. It's interesting though, because again, I don't mind Hasan talking about me. It's just that the double standard it's atrocious. What was Hasan's position again on going after smaller creators? Do you remember?
Crazy. I just hate how Ethan is brigading smaller content creators like the deprogram because he couldn't get to you. It's fucking gross how he keeps picking smaller content creators that are just getting by, and he is sitting on his golden throne. Is just straight up harassment. I know he's just.
I can't get over the fact that they.
Who did he talk about there as small creators? He said the deprogram.
Yeah, Lonerbox is not a huge creator.
So whenever Ethan responds to people like Frogan or anyone else, Hasan will always say, you're going after smaller creators. Like, how dare you go after small creators? Bro, first of all, if a small creator attacks you, you're allowed to respond. I think that's completely acceptable. But to have this double standard where apparently it's unacceptable for Ethan to do it, meanwhile, Hasan will just uncritically guzzle these ridiculous smear pieces against me and poison the well to his entire audience. When, just so you know, Hasan has open DMs with me. If he thinks I've ever mischaracterized anything he said or...
I assume it's in this video, but Tyrannex, what the is there any merit to that at all besides the fact that his dad's from Lebanon?
Taking anything out of context, he is free to respond, to reply to me, to send me a message and to say, I think you got this wrong, here's why. And I've tried doing that with him, by the way. I've sent him messages about the recent things saying like, this is why this is wrong, this is why I think you're being stupid for reacting to this, and etc. He's not responded, obviously, because he doesn't care. But the fact that he said the deprogram and agreed with that, the deprogram, one of the hosts of the deep
is, I guess, what's the size of the depro? Isn't, oh, that's Second Thoughts one, right? Is it this? So 73K subs on that, but like, I assume he's talking about Second Thought?
program has a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers, okay?
Well, both of my grandparents were actually like hosts of like a monster, well, not both, but my grandmother was like a host of like a TV show in LA that was like a Japanese TV show that showed like Godzilla movies. Don't ask me any follow-up because I'm telling you what my dad told me like 20 years ago, so I don't even know the actual... My parents don't talk about themselves.
The other one has like...
Because Lonerbox Maronite Christian background, so he's being racist as well as insane. Love that.
Like 200 or 300K, the other two guys. So that's going after small creators, but meanwhile, Hasan is allowed to go after me. Like, what an
Hey, my fucking family was in turn, bitch.
Unbelievably hypocritical piece of shit.
You racist.
And if you want another example, I'm on holiday, okay? I haven't had time to respond to all of this and comb through all of it because most of it's a waste of time. I realize that I'm responding to people and engaging with people who don't really
care
all that much about the specifics of each of these things they're arguing. It's more just that to
I feel him on that one.
Fail to pass the purity test that they've set up, and I will happily fail it because their purity testing is ridiculous. And they will use that as a way to just say that I'm like an extremist or like a Israeli lawyer or whatever the fuck else. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a waste of time. They lie habitually. They lie every fucking day. Trying to keep up with it is pointless. So I think as long as you can show 1 or 2 responses, it's probably okay, just to give your audience a reason for why you don't engage with it. And it's happened again, because on day 1 of Hasan responding to hit pieces about me, I made a reply stream.
Okay, I love that Ethan's face is just still here like this.
Covered why there was an issue, and I privated that stream because I wanted to leave it with my editor so he could polish it up and put the sources in the right places and all that. So I did that private. And now the Nasty Nacho has decided that I privated it because I was scared that I would get responded to. Okay, this is the narrative he set up. Okay, and
wait, hold on, I missed what?
So he could polish it up and put the sources in the right places and all that. So I did that private, and now the
wait, hold on, I missed the first part of that.
Just to give your audience a reason for why you don't engage with it, and it's happened again because on day 1 of Hasan responding to hit pieces about me,
is this the Hasan guy? Yeah, it looks just like him.
I made a reply stream. I covered why there was an issue, and I privated that stream because I wanted to leave it with my editor so he could polish it up and put the sources in the right places and all that. So I did that private. And now the Nasty Nacho has decided that I privated it because I was scared that I would get responded to. Okay, this is the narrative he set up. Okay, and because I privated,
I don't think anyone like of this like level like really thinks or would ever like think that they could hide anything like that. That'd be so silly. Like when I had that conversation the other day, all of my VODs are they're not like directly published. They're always unpublished because there's a lot of reasons behind that. You know, sometimes like if you leave the camera on or whatever, you don't want it just sitting there. Or like one of the biggest ones, I guess, is like you can get away with like not doing like DMCA or like music and stuff like that. Like it's just better to not have the VODs up. A lot of times, depending on what you're watching, there's a lot of different reasons why you wouldn't want to like automatically have your VODs public. It's not an uncommon practice at all. And like even when I had that conversation, I wasn't expecting, like I wasn't gonna post it because I didn't really care to continue it. But I wasn't expecting that people weren't recording it, which, you know, I guess I was right on that, which I don't really care. But like, again, even on like a very, like, such a small level compared to how he is a small creator, but like, in terms of attention, like, none of that is comparable to how big or how much attention Lonerbox has had, obviously being on age 3 and then also like with having the attention from Hasan. He's not gonna private something assuming that like people can't or people weren't like recording it. Like I bet like every single stream that he does, multiple people are probably recording his streams, like, you know, same way. It would be my point being is it would be so silly to think that he would try and hide it by just privating a video. Like there wasn't actually like any other legitimate reason besides he was trying to hide it. Like that would be like the only reason that he would like private it is just to hide it. That's stupid. I have no idea what's going on. Well, we haven't really gotten into the reaction part of this, so I'm a little unaware as well, but he's saying that this guy named Bad Empanada has been basically like shitting up Lonerbox, and his son, Bad Empanada, is known for being like insane, and like really bad faith asshole, like, just say it lightly, I guess. Or one specifically more than anything, but like, and Hasan has been giving him credence or credibility because he's been reacting to Badam Panana shitting on Lonerbox because he just wants to shit on Lonerbox, it seems.
Did that straight.
Yeah, so this is him
and
responding to it.
Because I privated that stream, he has decided to do a response anyway, because I'm guessing he saw it, but he didn't save it. I think that's what happened. But now that he saw my response and decided to respond to it without clips, he decided to lie about it. Okay? I'll give you one example.
Of the x-rays of the children with bullets in their...
This is about the x-rays of the children with the bullets, all right, in their heads, okay? We covered this on my stream.
Heads. Those x-rays, by the way, which the New York Times said they had corroborated with actual pictures of the injuries, which they did not publish because they considered them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't.
Idiots like this wouldn't be able to try and deny them.
Oh yeah, we watched Hasan watching this video a while ago. It was like a few days ago.
Them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't.
Idiots like this wouldn't be able to try and deny them. Interesting. I'm not sure who he's talking about there.
So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented. Basically the same conspiracy theory that...
Now remember, I missed...
Huh? Oh God, stop being racist against all... Not all Lebanese people look the same.
Misleadingly presented? The misleading representation, I said, came from people like Hasan.
He's not Lebanese.
And Mehdi Hasan, because they said that they were all sniper bullets. The New York Times article doesn't say that. The New York Times article doesn't claim to say what weapons these bullets were fired out of. They don't say that. That's just been inserted by these other people. I don't even know how you'd know, because the bullets that snipers use, that's a 7.62 by 51 millimeters, they're also used by marksman rifles and by like semi-automatic or automatic weapons by regular infantry. So anyway, he said that, what did he say there before that?
They were either fake or that they were misleading. Forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented.
What an unbelievably dishonest, inbred cousin of Che Guevara piece of shit this guy is. I tried to say they were fake. Is that what I said? In a video that he watched and took notes on? This is what I actually said, by the way. Times article. That is based on statements from doctors, nurses, and paramedics who basically went to the press and said that they had seen children who were found with single bullets either in the head or chest. Okay? And they show x-rays. People in chat are saying the x-rays are hella sus. You're wrong. Sorry. These x-rays have been verified. They've gone through, like, people who absolutely know much more than you do. Okay? The images are real.
He's got some ADHD ass chatters, dude. I assume that's why there was a cut, because it was dog barking. Sorry, I was just getting a kick out of the chat. You just hear like a little bit of a dog bark. And the chat's going crazy for the dog. That's so cute. Sorry.
Bullets either in the head or chest. Okay? And they show x-rays. People in chat are saying the x-rays are hella sus. You're wrong. Sorry. These x-rays have been verified. They've gone through, like, people who absolutely know much more than you do. Okay? The images are real. Stop saying that. Okay? The images are real. There's only one person in chat, by the way, and I corrected it. I said that the images were real. And you, Mr. Fascist Fajita, you've seen this video, right?
Fascist
You've seen
Fajita.
this. And you said, I said,
Oh, he's
what?
got all of his names. It was the Nacho, what was the first one? The Fascist Fajita, No, I don't have my alliteration brain on right now. Oh, Nasty Nacho, I think. The belligerent burrito. terrorist taco. What's another? The what about tamale? Like a T word. Can't use terrorist again. The twisty tamale. We can't use fascist again. We're just reusing phrases because he just said the
Fascist fajita. You've seen
the fascist fajita. It's very funny.
this video, right? You've seen this. And you said, I said, what?
In this way, but they didn't. So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were...
Why? And so again, I know that there are a couple of his fans who always like to watch this because he like assigns people to grab clips and shit. I'm sorry, what's the point in me engaging with this?
Thank you.
If you find this person convincing, you're an idiot, okay? I don't want you in my community. You're a waste of space. Like, you're a fucking moron, okay? It's so clear. I said the complete opposite.
Again, relatable.
Opposite. Like, what is happening inside this brain? I'm guessing it's just like, it's the only part of his body that's more fucking mangled than his face, I guess, and he just thinks that that's an acceptable thing to do. Okay. Great. Do your thing, and... You know, you've got the uncritical audience who will just throat every fucking piece of nonsense that you push on them. Go for it. Not my problem, okay?
I very much feel this.
Need this alternate reality bullshit in my life, okay? He's posted like 2 other videos as well, and I'm sure they're full of lies too. So it's like, what's the point? You realize that when people do this, when hateful people do
a Corey ass talker? I've never heard the phrase Corey ass talker.
this, like, you're just playing into their game by responding to every single claim, right? Because at the end of the day, they don't need an audience that is critical
For free. That is unsurprising.
Of any of these statements and context or anything else. They need cultists, okay? They need cultists who will believe everything that they say and not bother to investigate for any discrepancies. So they get that. Are you going to unprivate the VOD? Yeah, I'll unprivate it after I've got the edited segment out, yeah. I just didn't want people going in to grab clips from something that's not edited, that's not got the sources on screen or anything, because then they can just lie about it. They can just say, oh, where's the source? Even though the source is going to go up on the edit. That's why I did that. As I'm sure some of you know, a couple of days ago, a certain YouTuber...
I don't understand how Lebanese people have this crazy hair that can do this. It's like... As an Asian person, it's like so close in a lot of ways, but it's like it's impressive. Corey is what we used to call male Karens in the early mid-90s. Ah, I see.
The name of Bad Empanada decided to make a video about me and...
I guess my point being, it looks nice, and I'm jealous.
Destiny accusing us of defending genocide or denying it or promoting it, one of the above. And I wasn't really planning on addressing it. I don't really like to address anything bad
Good hair, great food, and politics, basically. No, Lebanese have fantastic hair. I'm very jealous.
Because the guy is such an obvious psycho.
Does Lebanon have good food? I've seen like food channels go to Lebanon and they have like great food, but like I don't know if like it seems like they would have a lot of good. I know they like have a lot of fish. I don't know. Let's see, food. Okay. Oh, their best known dishes are falafel and shawarma? Oh yeah, no, they're fucking OP with that shit. I guess anything like Middle Eastern or food or like Mediterranean, I mean, not Middle Eastern. No, Lebanese got it going, dude.
And a liar and someone who, I don't know, like regardless of things that I've said that you can clip and you can make sound worse than they are out of context or whatever, at the end of the day, you're not going to find me openly advocating for murdering and killing civilians because I don't support that. Meanwhile, Bada Banada does. So I tend to just conclude that if you find this person convincing, then I don't want you in my community. You're a fucking idiot. You're trash. You're scum. Like, go away, etc. I'm better off without you. But something changed.
Civil War 1 approach 1. Well, I mean, it's currently in a civil war, right? Technically. Oh, Nina's seen a lot of bad things about this guy on Twitter. Just, oh my god. Again, we gotta take everything that Milright says, like, the opposite, so...
Said video was watched last night by none other than a friend of the show, Hasan Piker. And I'm not going to cover this entire video. I know there are about 5 or 6 key claims that were made against me. I'm only going to cover maybe 1 or 2 here. If I want to do a bigger one, I might just do like a more prepared segment.
We gotta support our homie
when I'm back home. But
support Lonerbox, you fucks, by the way. Sub to him on he's got 2 channels. He's got the Lonerbox 11. He's got his other Lonerbox video, or I think it's just Lonerbox. So sub to both of them. He's a good content creator.
Since I'm just streaming today, since I'm in a different country, I'm just going to cover 2 examples because I think these 2 in particular are all unique.
Him and Dylan Burns, as I've said a million times, and I'll say it 1,000,001 times, they are underappreciated content creators that I want to see have a bigger platform. Because for one, I think that they're very level-headed, and for 2, specifically with Dylan, of course, they're doing really important work, and I think Loner is also doing a lot of work with the fact that he's done a lot of on-the-ground stuff, not necessarily the same level. Obviously, they're doing different things, but he does cover geopolitics in a way that he's not like just couch, commentating. He's, gone to places, and he's got a very good insight, and he actually gives a shit about the topic.
Need to demonstrate why these people are just not serious, are not worth engaging with, are blatantly and intentionally dishonest. And engaging with it is really just kind of playing into their game, because these people don't care. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about moral standards, and hopefully we'll demonstrate.
No, he has really, really good conversations that are very like, he's very opposed to the drama farming aspect, which is for obvious reasons. Like, you can tell why I would like him. He's like very on the on topic with like the things he talks about, and I think that he's also very entertaining. He's very funny. But he's not like a drama guy really at all, which is why like I feel like he just doesn't really want to respond to this at all, which, relatable. But like obviously he has to, but I feel like that's like a mark of integrity, in my opinion, is when like you're just like, well, I realize I have to acknowledge this, but I don't really want to continue it any farther. Obviously, of course, I would say that, but that's because I act in a way that I think is having integrity, is to not want to drama farm. I think drama farming is a complete lack of integrity, personally speaking, when you're trying to, especially when we're near something like this, they've got other things they want to talk about, like talking about politics and shit. Yeah, please don't drama, yes.
That fairly easily. Okay. So, Hasan and Bada Banada.
3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Feyyaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter.
Oh my god, we're 3 reactions in. Wait. Well, he's reacting to the other Hasan, and the Hasan's reacting to Loner, and then then I'm reacting to Loner reacting to all of that.
All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head, Israeli snipers.
And U.S. chatters are reacting to me.
I
Yes.
don't know how sniping jobs work. Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the like. Yeah, it's quite easy. You can.
You look like Hasan hiker. Sorry, it's chat's like making me giggle a little bit.
Accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations.
Do you remember when I was reacting to that video of Hasan reacting to the... Oh my god. I was saying this seemed like really manipulative, where it's like he's not saying anything like uncouth here, but like Hasan has to make it seem like... Oh, this isn't even his official channel that they're watching it on. But they have to make it seem like it's like overly... like using editing tricks to make it seem like it's bad, but because they don't want you to think about what he's actually saying.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Child's heads are really hard to target in an active combat situation. Excuse me, children's heads.
All right, Male Rights, I think this is about out of your wheelhouse, so I'm just going to give you a 30-minute ban, because if you're just going to say shit like that, it's not that interesting, and I don't want to...
are way harder.
It's hard for me to read the chat without... it's hard enough for me to read the chat, just generally speaking, without having to waste my time reading the shit you say.
Target, so we should be celebrating. What's the point here?
Sorry. I gave him 30 minutes.
Excuse me, children's heads are way harder to target, so we should be celebrating. What's the point here?
You know, sometimes I think one of Hasan's issues is just like a very basic level of comprehension that's missing. I don't know if there's like an essential part of the brain that allows you to hear sentences and hear the words combined and imply what they're saying. I'm clearly saying in this fragment of an argument that even people with accurate weaponry, like snipers, can make mistakes. That's all I'm saying. That's not the full argument. The full argument is chopped out deceptively by Bada Banada, and Hasan doesn't know that, whatever. But
Relatable.
Hasan somehow heard that and said, like, what? Like, it should be celebrated. What the fuck? Like, I don't know. There's just like, I think one of the problems that Hasan has, and this is why I find it harder to ascribe full-on malice to him, because he just like, he honestly doesn't seem to know how to understand basic sentences sometimes. He doesn't know how to interpret what's being said. Like, he struggles with it.
Here, what? Okay, yeah, they're precise. That's the point. These snipers targeted children in the head and shot them in the head.
Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill.
No, they were running. Okay, they were running, and a sniper utilized their precise targeting capabilities to shoot them in the head.
The guy opposite. So, if you're wondering where Hasan's got this claim from, he's referring to this. He's referring to a New York Times article that is based on statements from doctors, nurses, and paramedics who basically went to the press and said that they had seen an unspecified number.
Oh wait, is that what he was earlier reacting to? Okay, that was confusing the way that was set up, but I get it.
I think one doctor said 13 in total, of children who were found with single bullets.
Changed your pants? You didn't want to go... Oh, back to the other... When was the last time you took a shower? Bullshit! When did you take a shower yesterday? Okay. And you put on the same... Why would you take a shower because you got your hair cut? You were wearing the same pants for like 2 days. I don't remember you taking a shower yesterday.
Sorry, you have a shower tracker for me?
I just am usually in this room where it's close to the shower. Wiggle waggling.
The only reason I take showers is so blowjobs don't taste bad.
I appreciate that. What are you, some sort of homo? Like, you give a shit about, my, preferences?
It's only one reason in this world to take. I just put this on and suck up.
I do that all the time, it's fine. It's a new style. Anyway.
Press and said that
We're
they
talking
had
about children
seen-
getting hit and shot in the head, so maybe not the best timing to make that joke.
Oh.
Or any joke.
An unspecified number, I think one doctor said 13 in total, of children who were found with single bullets either in the head or chest.
To believe what Hasan and his fans do, you have to accept that Lonerbox, who Hasan fans, praised as pro-Palestinian a few months ago, now accepts IDF soldiers braining children deliberately and has no objection to that now for some reason. She's wiggle waggling. She's always wiggle waggling. Like fighting with wiggle waggle. Lockie's like on her back doing this and like biting like a little toy next to her. She's so cute. Oh. I think we were saying Tyron Hacks because Hasan previously had praised Lonerbox is now like having to like kind of dismantle his own praise in a way. Because he's like kind of just objective about his assessment about, and obviously Hasan needs to make a narrative, right? He has like a particular narrative he wants to push, and Lonerbox no longer satisfies his narrative anymore, so he has to then dismantle him in general. Totally fucking inexplicable. How do you not question your own priors? Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, you could say, like, that's what I was saying the other day about, like, literally, like, the Hasan crowd now is basically, like, akin to the Trump cultists. You know, like I've said before, where, like, the constant pulling out a chatter and shaming them type thing. And there's not inherently anything wrong with that, but, like, the way he does it's very specific about, like, oh, you're against my narrative. Like, I'm gonna shame you, because then that teaches the audience, oh, you know, it's a bad thing to do that. Which sounds like very basic to say that, but like the implications of that is basically like you don't chat if you want to say anything, if you want to have your voice be said, you have to agree. Full-throatedly. Not even in a way it can be misconstrued, because if you do, you'll get shamed by everybody, which is typical cult behavior. And eat the chips and get off of it and catch a flight over to go. What?
Okay. Seen an unspecified number, I think one doctor said 13 in total, of children who were found with single bullets either in the head or chest. Okay, and they show x-rays. People in chat are saying the x-rays are hella sus. You're wrong. Sorry, these x-rays have been verified. They've gone through, like, people who absolutely know much more than you do. Okay, the images are real. Stop saying that. Okay, the images are real. Nothing in this article says anything about them being sniped, which is interesting. The doctors didn't say that these people were sniped. Not least of all did they say that these kids were deliberately picked out and targeted when they were sniped. But that's just an inference that these guys both added and will just believe uncritically. So far we have the start of an argument where I'm saying one of the potential answers to this is that people make mistakes. especially in urban warfare. Okay? That's not my entire argument, though. That bit was clipped out, but we'll go on to the rest. In a building just went, got him, take him out.
And I'm fairly certain that that is what happened. This is the guy who clip chimps you to the liberals, and they quote tweeted all day, by the way, and the level of crazier haters adhere to. Yeah, I have not given a fuck about all my haters as long as, like...
Also, Lonerbox doesn't really do a lot of long-form content. Or, I'm sorry, not long-form content. I mean, all of his content is long-form, like, via... Also, thank you for the sub, man. He doesn't make a lot of videos. I think that was my initial comment when we first reacted to this as well. Whereas, like, he doesn't make a lot of, like, videos in itself. He does a lot of long-form content because he streams, but he, like, kind of rarely publishes videos. So, like, the idea that he's constantly clip-jumping him is, like, it just seems silly? But let's see if he responds to that.
I have not given a fuck about all my haters as long as, like, as long as they had, like, normal positions on this, but it seems like I was wrong, and it seems like I was incredibly wrong on Lonerbox having, like, relatively decent positions on Israel.
By the way, if I had first of all, there's no supporting of this made just yet. So far I've just said that people can make mistakes even with snipers, even with very accurate weapons, which is true. I'll show you that in a minute. If I had said anything, like, whereas on the other hand, if you can make support.
No, I understand that, Chicken. I just mean that he doesn't make, like, he doesn't often make a lot of videos, and I don't think he clip chimps Hasan when he's making videos. Like, we usually, like, his main, like, Lonerbox content is long form, but, it's about the subject he's talking about. It's not really about, like, drama content or, like, clip chimping him in any way. Yeah, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I just, my point was saying that, like, I don't, to reacting to the fact that, like, oh, this is the guy who clip chimps you, I don't really think that that's the case at all, you know, when it comes to his, like, actual, like, content. It's like, how could you really clip chimp on a live stream? I mean, I guess you could, but, like, I've never really seen that be, like, a huge, like, if clip jumping is, like, oh, you react to a clip somebody posted, then okay, but, like, that's not really what clip chimping is, in my opinion. Clip chimping is, like, specifically trying to create a narrative with only just clips out of I think it's, for me, I think clip chimping is more of, like, a edited video type thing. Anyways.
So far I've just said that people can make mistakes even with snipers, even with very accurate weapons, which is true. I'll show you that in a minute. If I had said anything, like, whereas on the other hand, if you can make supportive statements of people who deliberately target civilians openly, like the Houthis or Hezbollah, apparently that would have been fine. But, you know,
Israel,
no lines crossed with that
this
one.
Is, like, extreme. This is maxed out.
Maybe someone committed a war crime. I even say maybe someone committed a war crime in the clip. That's interesting. But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason, to snipe toddlers, but okay.
Oh, it's just an accident, you know. It's just, guys, this is just a happy accident, an unhappy accident. You don't understand, you fool.
Okay, so the rebuttal there is that apparently this is just happening by accident. Israeli snipers are accidentally shooting hundreds of kids in the head because...
Just another one there. Snipers shooting hundreds of kids in the head. Again, no evidence for that. The New York Times article does not say anything about hundreds of kids in the head were shot by snipers. Again, the snipers thing is completely inferred. Hasan, Badem Panada, and apparently Mehdi Hasan have all three of them together just collectively fantasized about this being snipers shooting deliberately hundreds of kids in the head. But okay.
Pattern observable by healthcare professionals. Okay, so commonplace that it is a pattern that...
I mean, again, like, when we're talking about, like, just because I feel like I gotta add, you know, something to... We're talking about, like, a lot of people who are just random, like, Israeli citizens that are, you know, were good at whatever, and then they were put on military duty. I wouldn't say that, like, the majority of Israel... I'm getting ahead of myself. But, like, these aren't, again, like, generals, you know? Like, mistakes do fucking happen all the time. Like, have you seen, like, our shit in Vietnam, or our shit even in the more moderate or modern time? Like the fuck ups that we did in, like, Iraq and Afghanistan? Like, my god, this shit does happen all the time by accident. And it's, like, not, like, cool. It's not acceptable. It's not, like, thing, like, he's not saying that it's fine. He's just saying it objectively. He's just saying, yeah, this happens on accident sometimes in some circumstances, which is, again, objectively true. He's not trying to create a narrative, but Hasan's assuming he is, which means that he tries to make this counter narrative. Or I guess oh my god, who are we talking about now? I guess he's agreeing with the false, because Hasan agrees with the narrative that Bad Empanada's making, so I guess to some extent they're both doing it. I mean, again, I don't think he's ever denied the fact that Israel does, like, fuck ups, and, like, that is a bad thing to have as an accident. But it's like, this is what, like, is so shitty about all of this, is, like, you know, he is not, like, super pro-Israel by any means.
Healthcare professionals that went and worked on the field observed it independently of one another, so much so that they all were, like, shocked when they revealed this information to one another, so much so that even the New York Times wrote an article about it, when, you know, they've played a pretty formative role in actively undermining any kind of, like, humanity that Palestinians may have.
They are mistaking them for fighters or something. And apparently this guy is
not even mistaking them for fighters. You can have, even if you have accurate weaponry, you can have ricochets, you can have shots that go through buildings, there are multiple ways that you can make mistakes, but I'm sure they understand that. They're just pretending not to.
Sniper expert, and that's how he knows this is happening. It really is that simple.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work?
Now, refuting this on a factual basis seems redundant and stupid to even do, because it's clear that he's just making this up in the moment. It's not really a serious argument or anything.
He's raising his voice, Lonerbox, pay attention.
He's just desperate to defend anything that Israel does, and that's just what happened to come to his mind in that moment. Nonetheless, it can be refuted on a factual basis. You aim for the head in an assassination when you are sure that you have the shot, and your aim is not to disable the target as a threat, but rather to ensure a kill. In a combat situation, if these were militants who pose a threat, the aim first and foremost is to disable them as a threat, rather than to kill them.
So I think he's misreading this article here. Does he not know what I'm saying when I say in a combat situation? When I'm saying in a combat situation, now typically if you were sniping someone from a long range, like say 800, 900 meters over a kilometer, that's not generally going to be them in a combat situation, because the whole point is, and even I think this article that he's pulling from here says that generally snipers don't aim for a headshot because heads move a lot. They're harder to hit, so they tend to aim for either chest and neck or hip bones to pelvis. But the general idea is if you're sniping someone from a really long range, then you're doing it when they don't know that they're being watched. They don't know that they've got a sniper on them. That's why they say here, as a sniper, the reality is that you generally have that one chance to put the target down before he skirts away. So when I say in a combat situation, making split-second decisions, am I really talking about people who are there hidden potentially up to a kilometer or even maybe 2 kilometers away with a spotter and a commander? No, I'm probably not talking about that in a combat situation. That's not the only thing that people use these weapons for. The other thing that they would use for in a context would be marksmanship. So this is when you have people who are using these weapons or similar weapons from sometimes even less than 100 meters away. And that's when they're supporting infantry. So if you're supporting infantry, especially
like Overwatch,
urban warfare, there's going to be a building. There might be someone who's either in a building opposite or on a rooftop, and they're watching, and then They are watching people move into the building from one side, or they're watching through windows.
Right.
And that's where you are much more likely to get mistakes. You're more likely to get friendly fire. You're more likely to get general mistakes or bullets going through walls. What do you think I'm talking about? Do you think there's only one type? Like, I guess I could be really, really precise and say marksmen rather than snipers. But as far as I know, in terms of like the way laymen use the term, they use these interchangeably. In any case, so far, no one has proven that any substantial amount of these were from snipers. No one's actually said that yet. And the article doesn't say that either. Like, just to bear in mind, they're just saying that with absolutely zero evidence. So, okay.
Right. So, okay, just to translate that, basically, his main point, the overarching thing was that there were kids who had bullets in their head, but it wasn't proven that they were done directly by like some sort of like long range sniping thing which they would equate to targeting, right? It'd be more likely it would be like an Overwatch fuck up because, you know, they got a little jumpy. And none of this is any moral like declaration of if it's right or wrong. He's just being very objective about what he's talking about. And that was his point, is just to talk about that even though there were headshots, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were direct, like sniped from like a, you know, a mile away type of thing, where, yeah, he's got like, the thing is, he said like a spotter and all of that, where even though these were headshots, it seems like it was more of just like, they were in a combat zone and like ricochets happened or whatever. And again, there's no moral value ascribed to this in the way that he's referring to it. He's just saying what he thinks. And that's like the big problem is Badam Panada's putting like some weird, and Hasan is agreeing with like putting some weird like moral weight to what he's saying. Like he's saying like, oh no, he's saying it's totally fine that Israel does this. And it's like, he never said that. That's not at all what he's saying. Let me be right back. Or a mask.
I'm gay.
Walk through the room, and Razor's watching some other coverage, and I guess the Joe Rogan subreddit's like really pissed about everything that Trump's doing, which is, you know, hilarious. I see what you're saying, USMC.
And the head is a much smaller
evidence. So, okay.
And the head is a much smaller target than the body, so it is far safer to aim for the body. So there being so many headshots makes it very, very clear that these are deliberate targeted killings of children.
Is it deliberate targeted killings when people kill each other in friendly fire?
Hey, I've played PUBG. I've accidentally killed one of my teammates or downed one of my teammates before.
This has happened with snipers as well. Snipers have had friendly fire cases. There was a really famous case in the UK when a British sniper killed another British soldier. And they were let off eventually, because even in that case, even when you've got everything you need, that you can make mistakes. But what's the argument there? I think for this war especially, because of in the head, well, if you make a mistake, Tangri, the idea is that you're hitting, you could hit someone anywhere. If you hit someone through a...
Wait, is that our boy? Is that how it's spelled? Is that our boy Acreal there in the chat? Oh, right, it has it all fucking weird because I'm in streamer mode. And it's our boy, Acreal, dude. That's how it's spelled, right?
wall, you could hit someone's head, you could hit their chest, you could hit their shoulder. The head.
To be fair, this might be his site chat, so it could completely be somebody different.
Well, if you make a mistake, Tangri, the idea is that you're hitting, you could hit someone anywhere. If you hit someone through a wall, you could hit someone's head, you could hit their chest, you could hit their shoulder, their arm, you could hit anything. You could miss and hit nothing, right?
Well, I also think Akil's like a... Oh, it's not him? Okay.
That's the point in a mistake. In any case, if we look at friendly fire, we know that this happens quite a lot. We know that in this war, I think the rate of friendly fire is something like, I think up to 1/5 of the Israeli deaths in Gaza have been friendly fire.
Yo, that's fucking crazy. Unsurprising, but...
Either from airstrikes or gunshots or tank fire or...
Well, during October 7th, wasn't like famously like a not insignificant amount of people like... Again, I think a lot of people try and take like saying like what I just said as like some weird like pro-Hamas narrative, but like... Or you know, whatever version you wanted to, but just like objectively being like, wasn't there a lot of fucking friendly fire that happened? Because like it's a war zone that happens all the time.
Like anti-tank, like, yeah.
It's not good.
There's a lot of different reasons for it. And you've even got people saying here, we'll go into free fire zones in a minute. So you treat an area like a free fire zone, you definitely might have civilian casualties. You definitely might have friendly fire cases. As we saw, you definitely might have cases of shooting and killing hostages, he said.
Not even a little, no. Well, I thought that there was reports of like firing on or I'm trying to remember. Like firing on just anyone? Not a lot. Well, yeah, I didn't say a lot. I said not insignificant, which I guess maybe is poor word choice. I meant that there was enough that was notable. It was certainly because people generally get low to the ground when a lot of bullets come their way. Bullets get lose a ton of velocity if they break through anything before flash. So the likelihood that anyone dies from small arms fire is almost going to be catastrophic injuries. Such injuries incompatible with life. Gotcha. Unless they were more. I really don't know the numbers on that. I remember, like, again, this. I'm going back to my like early days reporting. It's such a mess. Maybe he'll cover it in the thing that he's covering.
Going to free fire.
I mean, it would seem like of it. If he's covering an article.
You might have civilian casualties. You definitely might have friendly fire cases. As we saw, you definitely might have cases of shooting and killing hostages, he said. The low quality of buildings in Gaza, which had been under an Israeli blockade for 16 years that made it difficult to import construction materials, have also created a 300...
That's a good point, too. I mean, we're not talking about like thick walls.
60-degree type of fight. It's very easy with modern weapons to shoot right through walls that you think are potentially going to stop a round.
I don't think that he's disagreeing with what you're saying, King.
but it will travel through the building and beyond. And in an urban environment like that, it really lends itself to friendly casualties. So I don't know where the argument is here that all these friendly fire cases, they must have been intentional as well, right? If we're just going to assume that anyone who's hit, whether
It seems to me that you guys are kind of on the same page with what his point is.
hit in the head or anywhere else, why would it matter? Like, if someone else is hit, apparently we just have to assume that it's all intentional. It's all part of the plan. Like, maybe Zionism is just so
He's
anti-Semitic.
over-sciencing it. Yeah, that's the thing he does.
That a bunch of IDF soldiers are just killing other Jews because that's like part of the game, right? I don't, like, it's such a ridiculous argument. Not least of all when you are fighting an enemy that doesn't wear uniforms. When it is
IDF cause a lot. Yeah, I understand that, Avocado.
harder than ever to identify your targets properly, okay? Because people are dressed as civilians with weapons. Hamas are dressed as civilians when they're fighting in Gaza. So, let's carry on.
Do not accidentally precisely aim at the head of a child and pull the trigger hundreds of times. Not that it would stop being a
Again,
war.
no evidence for hundreds of kids being deliberately sniped. Nothing in the New York Times article saying as much either. Just so you guys know.
Crime.
Dude, your own Turkish government is doing the same to the Kurds. Dude, that's crazy. If you can point to a moment where I've actually agreed with that policy, you know, I'll give you $10,000. All right.
Policy mixpoke. He's wrong.
What are you talking about? Literally,
Some IDF soldiers are fucked up. Yeah, it would be really, really bad if I had never said that. It'd be really bad if I just said that that's not possible. It's not possible that some soldiers are fucked up. Well, don't worry. We'll get there. Okay?
YPG fighter on my stream who I'm close friends with. Suck my dick, okay? What is this? What is this deflection? What is this whataboutism? Okay? And no, the extent of the violence that the Turkish government and Turkish military subjects Kurds to is horrifying, completely unacceptable. I've criticized it over and over again. But make no mistake, even the Kurds in this community will agree that what is happening to the Palestinians is even worse than that. There's no reason to.
I noticed there's a comment in here that says, like, Hasan gets one guide a lot. I think that I'm noticing, like, I don't know if he's always done this, but, like, I feel like it's gotten significantly more sinister recently, where his one guy is there to distract from the point of what he's talking about, to move on to something he wants to talk about, or it's to basically get mad at the one guy so everyone else who has a dissenting opinion will shut the fuck up because they don't want to get called out. And like a 25,000 viewer stream.
Do the Olympics of like who's worse, but you are out of your mind, okay? This does not mean I'm giving permission or agreeing with the Turkish military.
I don't know what he's talking about.
They were killing hundreds of preteen children with body shots.
Are you serious? He made a video pretending to get blown up by a bomb to make fun of Palestinians. In what world would this guy have good takes? Didn't you say you thought these people were bad?
Have they talked about age distribution? Well, this article in particular is preteens, so anyone under 13.
The only reason I know is because I didn't get pushed by the shit. Left us on Twitter reposting this bullshit, responding to it is disgusting. Who made a video? Who made a video pretending to be blown up by a bomb? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I think.
Why did you add that in the video then?
You forget that, like, I might not have the same.
Oh, someone in the community edited a video to make it look like I was getting blown up by a pager.
Oh, that's questionable. It was like, I guess it's one of those like, is it like a viewer making a meme or is it some asshole being a dick? Like, I'm not really sure the context of that.
The joke being that I'm Lebanese. Like, I didn't make that video. Okay.
Level of investment with like online content creators that you do, okay? It's so racist and disingenuous. You are American as well, both in citizenship, but also you are paying taxes that fund this genocide, so you should care about it. Yeah, also, I
don't think anyone disagrees with you on that one, Avocado.
Can't go back to Turkey. So that's the other part of this.
Be a conscientious objector. I don't know. You always talk about IDF soldiers and how the only moral thing they can do is object and take the jail time.
Oh, that's right. The reason why Hasan like makes it seem like he can't go back to Turkey because like of his political views, but he also then talks about the reason why he can't go back to Turkey is because he literally went to America to avoid mandatory service. So, I mean, I don't really know which one is the truth there. I can only go off of what he says, right? But, like, again, he's to an extent a Nepo baby.
Just don't pay your taxes, bro. Oh, well.
For all of my many criticisms of the Turkish government. So yeah, imagine not knowing the takes of these loser YouTubers. Exactly. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? I don't know. I don't know what, like, all the latest and greatest of genocide defense that these guys have fucking engaged with. I don't really care.
It's by any means. And it would also be quite obvious anyway, looking through a sniper scope, that you are looking at a child and not a militant. To precisely
This would be true for a long-distance sniper, but it wouldn't be true for a marksman. They even say it, by the way, for marksmen. They say that many of a marksman's targets may be 100 meters or less in an urban or closed environment. I think they actually even use the sentence, marksmen work at closer ranges than snipers and are required to place several aimed shots in a short period of time, usually at multiple fleeting targets. Anyway.
Aim for the head, line up a shot, take
Does
the
this video have TOS?
shot, and hit it, not just once, but hundreds of times, indicates a level of intent that can only reasonably be described as systematic. But what is Israel's lawyer's argument for why he thinks that despite that overwhelming evidence...
Notice he said the word there, systematic, okay? Systematic war crime.
I mean, the Trumples, like, also I love the term Trumples. I think you said Trumples? Trumples? I'm reading that as Trumples, and I love that. I'm just saying that now, the Trumples. Like, I call my corgis Corgles, and I think it's cute to call Trump supporters Trumples. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that now. We're gonna call them Trumples. I think that the Trumples will just support whomever or whatever Trump says. I mean, they're just like lemmings in that way, I guess. But they are both incredibly anti-Israel and pro-Israel at the same time. They just gotta see what their daddy has to say about it. Is it Trump-Liz? Because it seems like that's how it would be spelled. Trump-Liz or Trumples? Because the way I'm spelling it, or the way I'm saying it is not how you spell it. Trumples is, I think, really cute. It makes them seem like a very benign. Should have been executed, instead he was pardoned and released. He's an insane American soldier. I mean, like, I think, like, a child in custody, Jesus Christ. What are you talking about? I don't doubt it's true, I just don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Trump really has no respect for any... Why the fuck is the AC? I just heard the AC's on. Doesn't have any respect for, Let me look it up. Alright. Babies deserve it, yeah. Well, they might grow up and then become settler adults, you know? Because that's how it works, right?
Crimes.
What is Israel's lawyer's argument for why he thinks that despite that overwhelming evidence...
Notice he said the word there, systematic, okay? Systematic war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers, okay? And apparently I deny that. Just keep that one in mind.
It's actually not so obvious. Well...
But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
You heard right. Just that he thinks Israel wouldn't do it. That's all. That's
no,
all.
it's also because you haven't given any...
Yeah, he also said policy.
Evidence for it, you dumb Neanderthal-faced piece of
thank
shit.
you.
You have not given any evidence that So you're first of all, you're hyper focusing on a particular kind of sniper that is like a kilometer away. What scenario are you imagining here? Sorry, if you think this is the case, that there's a policy from the IDF down to sniper units from long distances where you've got the sniper, the spotter with the fucking binoculars, then you've got a commander on the radio, then you've gathered intel beforehand to tell them where to go and where to aim for with coordinates and everything, and then it's all happening over communication. And this is happening in multiple units, and this is being allowed to happen with no whistleblowers at all. They're just saying like, yeah, Operation Kill a bunch of kids today. Like, your mission today is to take out this fucking family with like headshot to this father, mother, son. This is according to what? With no whistle. We have whistleblowers for the human shielding, which is happening at a massively widespread level in Gaza right now, of Israelis getting Gazans to go in and fucking check out tunnels and check booby trap buildings, which is very, very illegal. It's actually against Israeli law as well, but it's happening.
That's actually like a huge thing that was a problem during World War II. When we got more into like German occupied territory, they would use like prisoners of war to, I mean, like, it's not like it was like just that side, obviously. Like, every side does this type of shit, right? Because it seems like it makes sense at the time. But you know, it's like more of like a big picture thing where like morally it's fucked, but like if you're the guy there, it probably makes sense to you, all that type of stuff. But like, yeah, so like
quite systemically, it seems, and I've said that before. We've had whistleblowers for the medieval style siege that they tried to put on the north of Gaza last month. And it seems to be that even according to the US, they have not met up to their obligations and they haven't effectively reversed.
Yeah, again, like the idea that he's like super pro-Israel because what? Like you like, this is kind of like the same thing with the other thing where it's like defending with finger quotes. It's like, okay. But like, we're kind of talking the same level here of like this, like, oh yeah, he's, I guess, defending Israel in that way, but the reason why was because it just seems like it would be unfair, or not unfair, but like if you want to fairly judge the rights and wrongs of the situation, you gotta call it all out, you know? Chief Edward Gallagher. That does seem like a psychopath. Let's see if he's got like a Wikipedia or something we can read quick. Eddie Gallagher. Retired Navy SEAL. He came to... Wait. Criminal offenses. Gallagher was accused of multiple offenses during his final deployment in Iraq during the Battle of Mosul. The most prominent accusation and the best attested to was the murder of a prisoner of war, a war crime. Khalid Jamal Abdullah, a captured 17-year-old fighter in the Islamic State, was being treated by a medic. According to 2 SEAL witnesses, Gallagher said, "He's mine," over the radio, then walked up to Abdullah and allegedly proceeded to stab him with his hunting knife without explanation. Oh, I think that, Chicken, you'll be probably the only person that gets this reference. I think this is like one of the backstory of Barbie in Under the Dome, which would make sense because of the time period. I think this is one of the inspirations for like his backstory. According to 2 SEAL witnesses, Gallagher said, Gallagher and his commanding officer, Lieutenant Jake Porte, was posed for photographs with him standing over the body with some other nearby SEALs. Gallagher then text messaged a friend in California a picture of himself holding a dead captive ISIS head by the hair with the explanation, good story behind this, got him with my hunting knife. Prosecutors allege that, Jesus Christ, prosecutors allege that Gallagher sniper work during his 2017 deployment became reckless and bloodthirst. Oh, I guess that would have been too late because I think that book came out in 2016. Wait, 2017? That's not... What the fuck? He alleged firing his rifle far more frequently than other snipers. According to testimony, the other snipers in the platoon did not consider him a good sniper, and he took random shots into buildings. Yeah, so this guy's like a psycho. Other snipers said they witnessed Gallagher taking at least 2 military militarily pointless shots, shooting and killing an unarmed elderly man in a white robe as well as a young girl walking with other girls. Gallagher allegedly boasted about the large number of people he had killed, claiming he avenged 3 kills a day over 80 days, including 4 women. My God. Gallagher also was reportedly known for indiscriminately spraying neighborhoods with rockets and machine gun fire, with no known enemy forces in the region. This is like comically evil. A charge of obstruction of justice was brought against Gallagher for alleged witness intimidation. According to the claim, Gallagher allegedly threatened to kill fellow SEALs if they reported his actions. I would not be surprised. The Navy cited his text messages as attempting to undermine the investigation, with messages sent to, quote, pass the word on to those traitors, quote, meaning cooperative witnesses, and to get them blacklisted within the special warfare community. This results in him being confined to the brig for a time with heavy restrictions on his ability to communicate, although his confinement was later lessened. Gallagher was also charged with nearly a dozen lesser offenses. Some of these charges include flying a drone over a corpse, were dismissed. Flying a drone over a corpse? That's a really odd charge. Were dismissed during preliminary hearing. According to the original Navy prosecutor Chris Joplank, Chief Gallagher decided to act like the monster the terrorists accused us of being. He had handed ISIS propaganda manna from heaven. His actions are everything ISIS says we are. That's a good point. Seems like it. Gallagher's lawyer Philip Stockhouse alleged the accusations were without foundation and came from a small number of disgruntled SEALs who could not meet Gallagher's leadership demands. I mean, you got to make an argument somewhere. The accusations against Gallagher were recorded to be fabricated by teammates that started a mutiny in the SEAL platoon. So he got pardoned for this? Presidential intermittent clemency decision ended in 2019. President Trump announced that Gallagher's demotion would be reversed. A week later, Navy SEAL Secretary Richard B. Spencer had sent Trump a note asking him to intervene again. The president's move also favored several other military members accused of misconduct. In addition, Gallagher Lieutenant Clint Lawrence was offered freed, and prosecution of Matthew whatever was ended. Love that. It's amazing to me. These people are comically evil. They're like, hey, let me read the Wikipedia page of all the stuff that he did. Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right, this comes as Democrats right.
Yeah, what are you talking about? But yeah, Biden's just as bad. He is not very mean to Netanyahu, I guess.
That policy yet?
Oh God.
Style siege that
We're so post-fact world, dude. Let's just start lying about everything. Fuck it.
they tried to put on
I wish I had the ability to do that.
the north of Gaza last month, and it seems to be that even according to the US, they have not
Oh, really?
met up to their
Okay.
obligations, and they haven't effectively reversed that policy yet.
I feel like that's one of those things that everyone knows about, but like, you know.
We have whistleblowers when it comes to uses of disproportionality, of them being very, very like tolerant of high collateral damage for military targets that are generally not worth the amount of civilians that are dying. We have whistleblower evidence of all of this, but apparently I'm the fucking person in denial because I haven't. What? Because you haven't shown me any evidence of these.
Famously, wasn't there like a football player that was killed because he was gonna whistleblow on cause like he was like a football player that like went to go join the SEALs or something, and he was like accidentally shot in the back of the head. I don't know if that's like super conspiracist or anything like that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Deliberate
Pat Tillman, yeah.
long-range sniper units who are just aiming for kids in the head and shooting them. Someone in chat said the evidence is the kids sniped in the head. Where in this article does it say that these kids en masse were hit by snipers, bub? Where does it say that? It doesn't. It's fabricated, okay? They're obviously bullets. The bullets are real. The images are real. This could have been, it could have been marksmen. It could have been people with rifles. It could have been people missing targets. It could have been, like I said, in some cases, it could.
Also, if they're children and you're aiming for body shots, their heads might be more in the range. And if you're just like spray praying, like there's a lot of like things that can add to this. That like you gotta have more evidence to make such a grand claim that he's doing something crazy when he's just covering the article. Just to say that he's like, oh no, it's not. He's saying that they don't snipe people, and it's like, what?
Could have been people actually committing crimes and just deliberately killing kids.
Marley. Well, isn't like the whole thing about like SEALs that they have like insane training that like you have to like kill like a dog, or is that like a meme? I feel like that's kind of inherently an issue in terms of like an empathy thing.
Now, what you have here, there is one mention. There's one mention in this article that mentions sniping, okay? It's a doctor reporting on a witness statement who says that there was a sniper who shot a 3 and a 5-year-old, okay? This is one example, right? One. 2 kids. Do I think this witness is lying? Probably not. I tend to believe witnesses when they say things, especially if it's fairly recent, to the event. Generally, witnesses tell the truth when they're talking about things like this. Just like I believe witnesses when they say Hamas was raping and gang raping Israelis on October 7th. I believe those witnesses, generally. They might lie sometimes, but not always. So I'm inclined to believe this is true. I'm inclined to believe this one is true, and that this has happened. And Bad Empanada knows that I've said that, because that clip that he used of me is deceptively chopped. This is from just after the bit that he cut off. Have no civilians ever been killed out of malicious indifference? I didn't say that. No. Individual soldiers and commanders, maybe even high up people, can commit war crimes as well. I think that's probably, if you want to make a critique of Israel's actions right now, the fact that IDF soldiers don't really get punished all that much for violating rules in terms of killing Palestinians, that would mean that it's people who do have ill intent can get away with it. That's a big problem. I don't think that reflects their policy, but it does reflect an issue of accountability. So there's no systemic issue. Well, a lack of accountability would be a systemic issue, wouldn't it?
So when I say like relating to current events that like I don't have the social bandwidth to do like a back and forth with that, which I'd rather just not engage, is because I don't want to do this. Because I was actually thinking, I was watching a little bit of, in recent, I was actually fair in a lot of ways, but obviously they didn't give a shit about that, right? Because their narrative was that I was just being bad faith because it was like lower viewership, which again is stupid to begin with, but like, the thing is, like, I could make a video that I edited all of it to, like, show, like, the facts of that, but, like, I don't care. Think you're pushing bad rumor? What? Well, they didn't kill dogs. I asked if they did, and then you're saying no. I was like, oh, okay.
Action. War crimes, John.
Yeah, your recycled talking point. Yeah, Seth, how many times in chat have we done this? How many times have we said that the longest sentence an IDF soldier has ever been given for murdering a Palestinian was what, 3 years? Generally, it's like 9 months. So obviously so the argument I'm making in totality is that you can't discount mistakes in urban warfare. They are going to happen. They're going to happen.
Well, I mean, I think he's just saying his pace on that one.
You can tell they're going to happen because Israeli soldiers kill other Israeli soldiers. You think that's deliberate? Of course not. Fuck you. But you also don't discount that the IDF has historically...
I very shortly dated a SEAL in It was very weird.
allowed people to get away with crimes.
Or no, it wasn't us, it was a Marine, sorry.
Very, very systemically, very commonly. And we also know that thanks to whistleblowers on the ground, that crimes have been committed at a level that is even sometimes allowed tacitly by the chief of staff. We know that these things happen. So if we are seeing images of kids with bullets in their heads, you can't discount the fact that some of these were done on purpose when the kids were completely innocent. I'd imagine some of them were mistakes. Some of them, almost definitely not. And that's what I said at the time. I said that at the time. But this fucking miserable, slimy, dishonest, fucking mangled face fucking loser decided to just chop out the 30 seconds or 60 seconds following that shows me contradicting things that he's saying about me. He says I deny that there are systemic issues. He says I deny that any of this was intentional.
This is what, again, I'm saying you have to do all this fucking effort to like watch, react to it, and then like you have to publish it with all your
you are still yet to show me, by the way, that this article proves anything about hundreds of kids being intentionally sniped. Like there's a spotter, a sniper, a commander. They're like 1,000 meters away and they see a kid and they just go, okay, get him in the head, go. You are yet to show me that. You have no evidence for that. I'm also, while I'm inclined to believe that a non-zero number of these killings were done intentionally and in a criminal fashion, I'm a little bit skeptical of them being done by...
Oh, fuck. Ben was sleeping in such a cute way on his back. I was trying to show you guys that, but he moved and I moved my chair.
Snipers, just so you know. I feel like the evidence is not really pointing in any very solid direction over what kind of weapon was used to do this. And this is only some of the pictures. Again, that witness who said that 2 kids were actually hit by sniper fire, or maybe by a marksman, I don't know which one they're referring to, I believe that. Because I've never denied that Israel commits war crimes. I've never denied that. I've never denied that these war crimes are committed on a systematic level. Again, it's just that a certain erroneous enchilada saw that clip.
Erroneous enchilada!
Because he's a fucking liar.
That's all he needs. They wouldn't do it. I don't believe they would do it. Evidence be damned. They are not doing it. I said so. Case closed. There's a clear...
So how does he... I would love to find out what he thinks about like why the New York Times wrote this article then. Like what is the... It's just a unfortunate accident.
Okay, he does this same thing too, where he highlights shit.
Well, since you're very curious about the article, Hasan, the difference is that I read the article and you didn't. You read even if you did read the article, then that's worse because you would have just lied about it. So, yeah, the article does not say that these were like sniper bullets deliberately aimed at hundreds of kids. The doctors don't give an opinion on which weapons were used, at least not in this article. One witness said that 2 kids were sniped. Again, I believe that, but not hundreds, not every single one here. You guys just fantasized about that and added it in. Because this is always the problem. It's always the problem that Israel does horrible, horrible shit. And I will comment on that every time I get a new story, or I'll talk about it historically. I'll do that all the time. But for some reason, these guys just need to invent extra stories. Like they just need to invent the idea that for an entire year, there's been sniper units under direct orders, apparently, in a policy fashion, have just been ordering people around and coordinating and setting up the weapons and getting the coordinates and doing the spotting and everything just to, snipe some kids in the head.
Avocado, that seems like a little bit of a stretch. They're just saying that in response to what I was saying.
But anyway, it has to be comically evil, you know? It's never good enough to just say what's actually being reported on.
Right.
Like, that has played itself over, hundreds of times. Like, it doesn't have to be official policy, okay? That's not how this works.
Because that's almost as if that's my argument, Hasan. Well done. Again, I feel bad for Hasan because he's being manipulated right now. He's being manipulated by a deranged, racist, fucking terrorist-loving... fascist fajita over here, but poor guy.
Which one is your guys' favorite one? The fascist fajita, the unethical enchilada or whatever the fuck he said. Erroneous enchilada, I think. Fascist feed is your favorite. I kind of like that one the best. I think it hits quick. The nasty nacho. The nasty nacho seems a little bit too it doesn't hit, you know?
You'd think he would know better than to take this guy's word. And even now that Mr. Empanada has clearly been watching some of my content,
Our soldiers are terrorists. Fair enough. Well, I think King, judging by the way that they talk about it, it seems like they've served in the force, in our military. So I feel like their take is, you know, not some Frogan style. They should all get PTSD type of thing.
Deny that, but I guess he does now.
Retarded for Leno.
He still proceeds to just go around lying about my positions, like flagrantly. This
having fun being the token Palestinian to validate Lonerbox abhorrent Zionist dude? Question mark. Oh, that there's a Palestinian. I thought I was gonna say he was Palestinian. Is Bad Empanadas like Australian, right? With like. He's like Spanish, right? I don't really know.
This is him in, I won't say whose comment section, but they're in another creator's comment section saying that I justify murder of kids, laugh at mass rapes, claim that Israel's crimes are not systemic.
Hey, what's up,
really.
Gibbs?
Even though this is after he's clearly watched the full clip of me saying it and chosen to chop out the half of me saying it. Okay. Supports the continuation of what he calls the war. Have I? I've been saying this war should have ended months ago. I've been saying that for months. Months ago, I said that the consensus now, the correct consensus, is that Israel has achieved basically everything they can in terms of defeating.
It amazes me that people like Bad Empanada are getting like clout because they're like fake, like leftist, like oh, is Bad Bunny now super cool like now too because she also, I don't know, like hates all Jews, or I don't even know if that's her position, but like are we going to people we already know are really bad faith and like all of a sudden because they have a take that we or that they agree with, like that they're all like cool and legitimate? Like, what are we talking about? Bad Bunny's, no, not the singer. The couch punching one. Hold on. Remember the best video that Destiny's ever made? That this one. Other content creators, you know.
Mike from PA talking about Ethan.
He basically does emotional blackmail. The level of narcissism is mind-boggling.
I fell for this Black Lives Matter shirt.
He's black in a BLM shirt. He's black. How could he not be on my team?
True. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another park in Gaza.
That's it.
Hold on. Pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
That's what people like me want, though. Wait, does he bleep my name? I'm literally Voldemort to these people.
I feel like everything that like I learned from Hasan, now I'm curious if I've just been like misled, and I'm like struggling with that fact because of like the takes that Hasan. Oh, shout out Avocado too, by the way. You're on the screen too. You're basically part of this. And Wallace. Shout out Wallace on this one too. Has been happening recently. I've agreed with a lot of his takes previously. Glitterbell. Am I just completely wrong? I'm having like an existential crisis. It's my favorite video because, you know, that's me. But who Bad Bunny is this bitch.
Oh my god. Yeah. Just feels good.
What did you just do?
Nothing.
Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
No, we just moved the couch back. I just nudged it.
She's Bad Bunny.
Yeah. That just feels good. Oh my god. Yeah. It just feels good.
What did you just do?
Nothing.
Sorry, that's the point of bringing that up. Definitely not because I'm in those videos for like 5 seconds. Stick with
In Hamas now that they should have stopped ages ago. They should have. Months ago, I said that the
Wait, actually, hold on. I'm gonna do some content communism. I don't know what's going on with my body, but I feel like I need to pee it. I think it's like because I'm drinking more water. I got like that thing going on where you just need to pee every 5 seconds. Here, we'll continue with the cringe on.
I hate this motherfucker.
Mike from PA because we do love that for him.
Oh, sorry. We're doing his greatest hits. Okay, this is the last one, and then we're done with Mike. Okay. There was a time when Mike thought he was so cool because he was bringing a Black Lives Matter protester to go talk to AOC, and he figured the guy must be like progressive because he's black, right? And all black people are progressive. But what Mike actually did was he set up AOC with a Project Veritas journalist, and he didn't even realize that's what he was doing.
I drove 1 hour, if I can please.
Yes, of
course. I drove 1 hour just to let you know that I am a journalist with Project Veritas.
Oh,
and I would actually like to ask you about some commentary that you said about us. You actually see that Charlie Chester from CNN was exposed as fishing prostitutes.
Now, when Mike talks about this on his stream, Mike says, after I realized what was going on, I tried to, I tried to get him to back off. I tried to make him disengage. I don't know if anybody has that clip.
Thank you so much. Investigated that.
There you. I'm sorry. He was just like, he's so mad.
It's out actually to be perhaps misleading. Thank you so much.
There he is. Just
much. Thank you. Sorry, when an elected representative hides behind her fame and refuses to actually stand and be accountable, you know, this is the only recourse we have. Project Veritas, we expose everyone, sir.
Does anybody have the? I'm sorry, this is the last one. Does anybody have the clip from his stream where he was talking about like, yeah, after I realized it, I like tried to like get them to stop or whatever. I'm a bit behind on YouTube stream, but shut on fraud, or however it's spelled, literally means hurt and damage happiness. It means you're happy for someone else's pain. Yeah, but I feel like it's because you have to do something bad. Is it really just you being an asshole? That just seems so mean.
Weight loss journey? I'm down to 140, dude.
Like, I feel like it has to be like a bad person. Like, let's say that you had like
lost 10 pounds in about a month and a half, or maybe 2 months. I'll be able to hit that target weight by my wedding in April. I'm excited. Mike from Federal Prison. Oh yeah, Kira Chats is what her name is now, right? Oh, thank you for the subs, Zanoon. I only got 90 pounds to go before I catch up. Well, you should stop weighing 50 pounds. I assume you meant that direction, right? All right, back to
continuation of what he calls the war. Have I?
You can eat whatever you want. I mean, I'm probably gonna go up a little bit for this week, or for this holiday season. The worst thing, you shouldn't be able to just go full hog. It sucks. It sucks so much to lose weight. I have to eat like 1,300 calories a day. Which is like, if you think about like the amount of like stuff that is, it's like nothing. So I wish it was like a, a lot of people like make this whole thing about like, oh, women are just only interested in tall jack dudes. I just want to be a tall jack dude. Not because I want to be jacked. I just want to be able to eat all of the calories to lose weight as a tall dude. It's fucking bullshit. I'm here because I watched your YouTube video reacting to Lonerbox on HD. Well, welcome. Hopefully, you thought it was super funny and cool and like awesome and stuff. Because that's how I think about you, of course.
Supports the continuation of what he calls the war. Have I? I've been saying this war should have ended months ago. I've been saying that for months. Months ago, I said that the consensus now, the correct consensus, is that Israel has achieved basically everything they can in terms of defeating Hamas now, that they should have stopped ages ago. They should have moved on to like a phase of trying to, I guess, do anything that doesn't involve Israeli occupation of the Strip. But, you know.
I'm sure Jack and I agree, yeah.
I don't think it does. If I'm misremembering,
I had to buy a whole 9-inch pie. Don't like wasting food. You know, like pumpkin pie is like most like just butter and sugar, but it does slap. My dad's like a pecan pie person, and I don't get it. It's okay, but like you're gonna go for a pie, pumpkin's where it's at, dude. With the fucking whipped cream and shit, that's all about it. Grounded creators talking about this sort of stuff because I find it really interesting, but also a lot of people cover it are low-key crazy. Yeah, I get you. Well, if you wanna, the chat keeps me all grounded because we can't agree on anything. Well, welcome to the community.
and what, he's just thrown the clip in and
It makes me feel good also to know that there's some people who actually give a shit about like fairness about stuff. It seems like we're kind of in a, yeah, I know, fuck you too, chicken. We're kind of in a post-facts world, and it's annoying, like, to the ends of the earth. As an autistic person, I don't know. It just
lied about it anyway. Either way, it's ridiculous. Okay. I guess we can do one more.
In this clip.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians? I do not support, do you support the release of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Does he why is he? Oh God, what a creep, man. Again, you can talk about the unlawfulness of the imprisoning, but like the Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
Of thousands of Palestinian detainees.
Uh-oh. Hasan's going to show us evidence that it actually
hateful horchata. That's pretty good.
Is random. That's what he's going to do.
Right to the neurospicy, yeah.
Israel said there was valid reason for it, so it must be correct. This is the benefit of a state doing the unjustifiable.
Oh, I'm with you, Flynn. You're coming to the right place with that one.
Versus an organization that is not a functioning state, basically.
Toxic tequila?
No. I don't know if it's to do with state versus non-state
Also, what's up,
actors. Even has Hamas tried to claim that those hostages were guilty of crimes, that they were posing threats to Palestinians? Did Hamas say that? Did Hamas say that they were actually detaining these people because they were posing threats? I don't think they said that. No, I think they said that they were capturing hostages at random to use them as bargaining chips. But I don't know, yeah.
The process of
I think that's probably the difference.
Detention, even though it's done within the state's legal boundaries, is unjust.
You know, Razor actually used to be friends with the hey guys emote lady. She's actually really nice. Fun fact.
Justifiable. Slavery was also institutionally protected, and so was the apartheid in South Africa.
It's not that they're not friends, like they had a falling out. It's just I don't think they talk anymore.
The difference between slavery and administrative detention is that one of them is not only legal by Israeli standards, it's also actually permitted by the Geneva Convention. Article 78 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. It will suffice to mention here that as we are dealing with occupied territory, the person...
When I see that emote, I think it's Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, if you look at the image... Oh, I guess you can't see it all... In my thing, from afar, I can see because the little sheen on her hair looks a little bit like the Tulsi Gabbard thing, so I totally get what you're saying. But Hasan did say that he called them fair game as soldiers and former soldiers. Just like the emote. Yeah, well, she was just like a random person that like was working for Twitch like back in the day or whatever, or like a really like which is she was I think she originally was just like a person that was working for them, right? Or maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. I know she did stream, which is why he knew her, because Razor used to do like a fashion show thing. That was kind of like his big thing, like because he used to work for Raj Patel when he was Raj Patel. Now he's Austin streamer, whatever. But he was like one of their main producers. Because Razor's a socially talented butterfly. She did. Okay, thank you, Avocado. I was gonna think like, am I completely wrong on that? Yeah, I heard she's like a really nice person. From Razor, like, you know, being friends with her or whatever. She was always down to like help him out with stuff, which was really kind. I feel like okay, not to sound like super fucking like Kamala Harris libbed up, but like I feel like we don't appreciate kindness enough. And I know like a lot of people say people are nice when they're not, but like an honest appreciation of people who are like actually really kind, I feel like we're kind of past that at this point. What the fuck is this on my desk? Oh, it's an HOA thing for $120. The fuck? Not to get political, but we love. But yeah, I just feel like there's a little lack of appreciation for it, which is, I think that also there's this weird issue with like confusing the idea of being crass with not being kind. Like, I think I'm a very kind person, which is again why I did feel bad and want to apologize to our friend Chris. But the fact that they didn't want to accept it obviously is a different story, and they're totally willing, or they're totally in their own rights to not. But like, the only way you could honestly say that is like, I honestly did feel bad about making them feel bad in that way. And I don't think that that's actually very common for anyone else to think. I think that a lot of people feel good about making people feel bad, and I don't really get that. To me, I don't know. I feel like making fun of somebody, when I'm making fun of somebody, it's not really to make them feel bad. It's just to like goof on them. And it's not like it's all like, oh, super like nice and like flowery or whatever, but it's like, generally speaking, it's like just because I didn't, you know, not talking to them directly, obviously, but just like goofing on them, you know what I mean? They made me feel bad first. Well, I don't even like that. I don't think they were in their right to say that they accepted it and then wanted you to make you feel bad. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I was at too. I feel like that was like, well, if you accept my apology, then why would you want me to watch the rest of this video when you've admitted that we don't have to relitigate this, but like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thought process too. It's just like, well, I feel bad about making you feel bad. But they wanted revenge. Which, again, thinking over this the past few days, it wasn't that fucking serious. I feel bad about making somebody feel bad, but outside of that, it really wasn't that fucking serious. I was just doing a react to something. And that's my biggest crime, was being a little bit mean, I guess. And it's like, whatever. Again, I feel bad that made them feel bad. Even if they kind of deserve it, I still emotionally spiral almost immediately. Yeah, I'm with you, Flynn. Well, Well, I
Geneva
wouldn't say
Convention.
spiral. I don't know what you mean by spiral, but like, yeah, I feel like I don't like making people feel bad. Just we got enough shit going on in this world. We don't need to add more to it, in my opinion. Outside of like making fun of people being aggressive and like mean. The idea was for like entertainment and like jokes at their expense, but if they don't see it, then like who gives a shit? Like people can make fun of me all they want. If I don't see any of it, I don't care. If the purpose of it is just like a goof, like it's not like they're like doing this like crusade to like hate on them or whatever. Who cares? I just think I mean, no one needs more self-deprecating than me, you know. But yeah, I mean, whatever. I'm going in circles there. Let's get back to this.
Is that one of them is not only legal by Israeli standards, it's also actually permitted by the Geneva Convention. Article 78 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. It will suffice to mention here that as we are dealing with occupied territory, the protected persons concerned will benefit by the provisions of Article 49 and cannot be deported. They can therefore only be interned or placed in assigned residence within the frontiers of the occupied territory itself. In any case, such measures can only be ordered for real and imperative reasons of security. Their exceptional character must be preserved. Now, if you want my actual position on this fully, well, I don't support the administrative detention system as Israel conducts it. I think people are denied reviews and trials and all the rest of it that they are entitled to. But it is not the same as taking hostages. It's not even close. Not even to mention the fact that Mehdi didn't delineate between internment and people who were charged with crimes. The majority of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails have had criminal charges. About just under half of them are under administrative detention. I think it's like 4.7 thousand out of 9,500. All I'm saying in this clip is that it's stupid to compare hostages to people who are interned or imprisoned.
I guess I could see why people were getting mad about, like, again, his initial reaction was to Mehdi Hasan, and obviously when you're in that, like, kind of, the structure of what he was, the debate that he was in, you can't be, like, hyper objective, like how Lonerbox is doing. But I know that he knows that. So, like, I think the people that were getting really pissed off about, like, his approach to having his criticism of Mehdi Hasan were, like, being, like, they were assuming that he was just taking the other side instead of, like, actually objectively analyzing, like, what he was saying. And, that's understandable that people would do that, but it's fucking annoying. Because, like, I don't know, do you believe in facts? Do you believe in truth? Do you believe in things actually mattering in the case of why people are doing things and, like, giving a shit about the reasons behind it and, like, actually doing, like, what is this why are these people doing this? All that type of stuff. Like, do you care about that? Then you would understand what Lonerbox was talking about. If I'm saying the truth, but I'm not on a mission to make anyone feel bad, like I would never apologize for calling Trumples for supporting racism, like I don't support political violence, but they do. Yeah, I would never apologize for calling Trumples for... Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. Like, I wouldn't apologize for, you know, saying, like, I think most Trump supporters are fucking retard assholes, but I don't... I mean, if somebody, like, gets a... Like, I've had, like, the family I'm joining, like, Razor's family, get, like... I've made a comment about, like, being a Republican means you're basically a retard. I mean, paraphrasing, obviously. But, like, it was literally directly in response to the debate, the Republican debate, when they were doing their primary, like, whenever that was, like 9 months ago. And it's like, they would get personally, Razor, like, delete what you said, because I just said about, like, a very broad statement, which my dad's a Republican, financially at least, fiscal Republican or whatever the phrase is. But, like, it's just about what the Republican Party stood for is what my comment was. And it's like, I'm not going to apologize for that, but I deleted it because it was making his family, I guess, thought I was specifically talking about them, which I wasn't. I just put like a apology basically on Facebook being like, what I said was not in response to anything that anyone said. It was a response to the general sense of the Republican Party and it was a response to the Republican debate. It was not targeted at any individual. And it's like, why do I have to keep saying this? Like, why do they think that they're so fucking important? Why do they think that I'm specifically talking about them? I mean, in terms of like my life, obviously my, not step parents, what is it when you marry somebody? Parents-in-law? Whatever it is. They matter to me as people, but obviously, like, I'm not constantly thinking about their political values, like, when I'm making other statements, generally speaking, about how much I hate Republicans. Parents-in-law? That sounds so awkward, though, parents-in-law. So it would be like, but, like, the frustration element it's there, and it's like, you're not, like, the main character of my life. I'm bitching about the greater thing, which you might be a part of, but like, okay, yeah, if the shoe fits, I guess. You're outing yourself on that one? Speaking of, on the tally, I don't know, maybe we should keep a tally. I live in Texas. I'm getting married in like 5 months, and we want to start a family, you know, maybe like a year after that. And there is another person who died in Texas because of the abortion laws, because they didn't want to do anything, so they're just like, yeah, you just gotta wait it out, you know, roll the dice on that one, and they rolled like a nat 1 or whatever, or a lower than the number that would survive it. So another fucking person who had a miscarriage died in Texas because they couldn't get the health care they needed. And you know what? They want that for the rest of the fucking country. That's why they act like my hate of Republicans is like unwarranted. They literally want me to die. They want one of their grandchildren is married to a person who is a DACA recipient. They voted for having that person deported. And that's what I agree with when Avocado's like, or what Avocado's statement was about, like, I don't apologize for that. If that makes them feel bad, that's because you voted for bad things. But when, like, it's somebody who just, like, I don't like that makes them feel bad. That's why I want them to vote for my side. I want an option to be able to, like, the option is there to, like, it's not that I'm making them feel bad. It's like, you're making me feel bad and affecting my life, you know? Can you get a link to that? Yeah. Give me a second. Oh, it autofilled it. One do. All right, this is the first source that came up. I'm sure it's not the best one considering it's people, but this is the first one that came up. I assume this is the same story. Yeah, it looks like they're all the same story. You want more sources. Is each side thinking they are right and the other side is wrong? Well, I mean, that's a big thing, right? There is a side that's right and wrong on these things. awkwardly dodge around political topics when some of the topics involve life and death issues like agency over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of that, it's because they don't care. I just think that some people don't care. Like, and that's horrible to say, but that's horrible, but you gotta accept that fact. There's people in your life who just don't give a shit if you die. Like, they don't care. Either through the idea of, like, being a, propaganda, or like, in making it seem like it's, or a lot of it being like, it's God's will. All of that stuff, there are so many people who, like, literally, even though it might kind of tangentially affect them, they don't care. They just, and that's what's horrible to accept. Like, there are just so many people in this world who just do not give a shit about you. And, like, that sucks because I have, like, so much empathy, like, on a human level with so many people. Like, I have a really hard time not caring. About, like, on a human level with certain things. Obviously, I think that Matt Gaetz is a piece of shit and deserves everything he gets, but on a human level, obviously you still relate to them. And are people just like that, like, divorced from, like, giving it? And again, like, that's somebody I hate and, like, despise and I think is a piece of shit. Why are people in my life not able to I guess care about me even the same way that I would care about, like, somebody like Matt Gaetz? Like, an example of that is, like, why I don't believe in, like, the death penalty instead of, like, high treason or whatever. But, like, because I think that I have a sanctity for human life where there's so many people who just don't even give a shit. It's all about me. Yeah, I guess chicken. Generally think if people fall in a hard time, it's their fault in some way, so that's why they just lose all empathy for them. But I don't understand how you can think that. Like I don't know, like a survival bias thing? I don't think that we need to destroy other people to be able to build ourselves up, and maybe I'm just a fucking dirty lib for that one. Alright, speaking of dirty libs, in Hasan's eyes, I guess.
1,000
Let's get back
out
to
of
that.
9,500. All I'm saying in this clip is that it's stupid to compare hostages to people who are interned or imprisoned, even in the context of an occupation. Because
All right, the thing is, we're only gonna have one VIP, so Wipey has to fight Nyx for the VIP spot. There's no actual logic behind that, but I'm making that a rule.
one of these actually does have some legal and arguably moral
We
merit.
can only have one VIP in the chat.
The other one absolutely doesn't. That's why the ICJ called for an immediate and unconditional release of hostages, but they didn't say anything about prisoners. They didn't say anything about people who are in administrative detention. And we know that when those people were released in large numbers in part of the hostage exchange last year, we know that when that happened, a lot of the people who were released were people who had clearly committed crimes. But yeah, this is the ICJ. And a case against Israel, by the way, a case against Israel, the ICJ is saying they call for the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, because hostages are illegal. That's illegal completely flat out. There's no ifs and buts, but there is a bit more nuance for administrative detention, and the Geneva Convention agrees. And the fact is that I've always said that I don't support the way that Israel does administrative detention. I think there are lots of problems with it. I was just saying that they're not.
I mean, the biggest wallet would probably be would be oh, not Gibbs, just Tyrannax, because they have them. I was trying to scroll up to it said like they had 37 gifted subs. I think it was like 37. So if we're talking wallets, Tyrannax probably has the VIP on that one.
Not equal to taking hostages, which is unambiguously true. And I only mention this because Hasan and Bad Empanada will both act as if they care about international law. They'll make videos about international law. They'll make videos about the ICJ hearings. They'll appeal to international law all the time. They don't give a fuck about international law, okay? You don't give a fuck about international law if you're only going to appeal to it when it suits you and then dismiss it when it doesn't.
What is he, a liberal?
You can't just appeal to international law or what you think international law is when you talk about certain like military measures or when you talk about the occupation, but then also support the fucking Houthis and Hezbollah. Now, I guess lastly,
he's got the number one, the gift leader. He's already got his VIP
apparently,
thing.
Because Mehdi mentioned thousands of Palestinians
Hey, thank you
prisoners
for
and
the
mentioned
sub,
that they've
Flynn.
been raped, which some of them have.
Yeah, cheers.
The State
The
Tainment
white,
case.
the white claw.
He is framing this as me laughing at Palestinian prisoners being raped. Not that I think the comparison is dumb, just that he thinks I'm laughing at people being raped. I just want to make everyone aware that this is a misunderstanding, okay? Hasan, if you're listening, that's a misunderstanding, okay?
We got a fellow H3 friend.
The idea that I was laughing at prisoners being raped, okay? Misunderstanding. I thought the victims were Jewish.
And that's
I thought the victims were Israeli. That's why I laughed.
first of all. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend.
Well, I'm not doing you any service of how tiny this is, but we have reacted to this before.
Itself, we would.
He did this. And then went to pet his dog.
And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And
So I don't really know how that one's going to fly. The big difference being that Kamala didn't say anything wrong. She didn't make any dumb comparisons. Hostages versus prisoners in Israeli jails. She just said women were horribly raped. She didn't even say anything. If she had said like thousands of women were horribly raped, or if she said 40 beheaded babies or some shit like that, then yeah, you can probably laugh. She just said women were raped.
Right.
Hasan doesn't disagree with that.
Well, I think he does, right? Like, I mean, like, again, like the whole like rape claim is so weird to defend and or like hyper pursue because these people clearly murdered the people that attacked, you know, all of the Israeli, well, not that they're all Israelis, obviously, the people who did the attack on October 7th. The idea that they're willing to kill people and not rape them is silly. And to say it in like a very light term. Like, and why would you think that like if you're gonna do violence that they wouldn't do all forms of violence? It just seems silly. Hey, well, you and I are kindred spirits there, Flynn. All right, monkey, Jesus. Yeah, what rapes in regard to October 6th? Yeah, that's what I feel like it's so stupid to be like, yeah, what rapes on October? It's like, oh, they're willing to kill people, but they're not gonna rape them. Like violence, like again, rape is not about pleasure. Like often, like putting your gun up somebody's like vagina or something and then shooting them like in the most brutal way. Like that still would be a form of rape, obviously. And if you were gonna do it sexually, like all of that is irrelevant to the point of like to try and like I guess move away from like the idea is that it's just violence. Who gives a shit about what form it is? Clearly they were willing to do one of the worst things that you could ever do to a person, which is take their life and kill their family, let alone just themselves, when you have no direct course against or like an issue with that individual. Like, why wouldn't they do sexual violence? Like the idea of trying to like defend that, like I understand like okay, let's have a conversation about like what happened where, like if we're like not conversation but like if you're like I don't know, investigating it and you're like, okay, well this claim doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like if that's like your job or whatever, like whatever, I get that. But like just generally saying no, it didn't happen is silly to me. I think that's completely unrealistic and weird to defend. Like, it's like, why, again, if these people are willing to, you know, these violent individuals are able to take people's lives, why wouldn't they? They clearly don't give a shit about, like, the sanctity of, like, I don't know, their bodies. Like, who cares? Like, why would they care? If they're so willing to murder random individuals. There's no benefit. That's what I'm saying, Flint. Simply a paraglider performance on extremist. Yeah. Unironically, the fact that it's like paragliders like was kind of like oddly scary because paragliders in general are very funny looking. Which is like an odd, it's like how clowns are scary in a lot of ways, where like they're supposed to be like very like silly, but like the fact that it was literally the arbiter of these people's death and they probably had no idea. Like, of course they had no idea, but like it's kind of like a weird element of like, I'm kind of oddly spooked out about paragliders. Not that I obviously have like any specific trauma or anything, but it's just like there's like an element of that's like weirdly spooky. Because like paragliding is so silly. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, we'll constantly fuck off, true.
At what? Hey, this is what I mean. The double standard here is just, it's fucking atrocious. Because not only...
Hasan doesn't even deny women. He absolutely denies that. He's been kind of wishy-washy on that. Sometimes he does and sometimes he does. So I don't really want to make a grand claim about it, but I know he's absolutely denied it before.
Is what I've said basically nothing compared
and like
to
that,
this.
that whole
It's
thing being
nothing.
like... What else was he trying to communicate?
Even without the context, even that thing about the sniping, without the context, it's nothing compared to this. It's just the fucking irony. The irony of Hasan and fucking batshit burrito pearl clutching
Batshit burrito?
at my statements. With or without context. Meanwhile, this is just perfectly fucking acceptable.
I read that. He lives in Nahal Ozias settlement in an ethnically cleansed Palestinian, which was specifically founded to be a militarized frontier town designed to keep Palestinians in prison. There's something about Amir. He chooses to live there. I don't really understand the context.
This is someone who lived in one of the kibbutzim during October 7th. Nahal Oz. Described by Bad Empanada, the kibbutz, not the military base that's near it, the kibbutz, describing it as a military target.
Oh.
Militarized frontier town. Calling him a colonial settler living in a Nahal.
I live in a civilian community founded in 1951 within the international, legal border of the state of Israel. I am willing to give up my home for a peace agreement in the future if it's required. So Israel, in parents, so Israel can keep actual settlements and do a land swap. This is somebody who responded to Bad Empanada, and then Bad Empanada responds to that. You are a colonial settler living in Nahal Pren's military settlement. 5 kilometers. Does he think that a kibbutz is a military? Okay. 5 kilometers from the colonial frontier. You choose to live there in order to be a human shield. Which is amazing to say that in response to what that person just said. Sorry, I haven't finished what the statement was. Let me finish what he said. You choose to live there in order to be a human shield for colonialism, just like the frontier settlers in the 19th century U.S. Again, this is in response to... I live in a colonial community founded in 1951 within the internally and legal borders of the state of Israel. I'm willing to give up my home for a peace agreement in the future if it is required, so Israel can keep actual settlements and do a land swap. That's pretty bad. Added rape as an automod term. That's kind of confusing why that would be the first time that that would be an automod term. I don't really understand what that means. I guess maybe it's like per session or something. But bad faith. Chickens pro rape.
It's military
Because he
settlement.
added it as a permitted term on automod.
And 5 kilometers from the colonial frontier. You choose to live there in order to be.
Why did I read it? Like, he could have read it in his better voice.
And shield for Israeli colonialism. I think the bases are generally closer. The military installations are closer than the kibbutz, so it doesn't even make sense. You got your wish. I hope you get it again. Yeah, no issue with this, right? This is fine. Tel Aviv, Dresden. You have to archive because he gets banned all the time. Yeah, we're not going to call out any of this, are we, Hasan? Huh. Hasan will frame this as, oh yeah, we have some disagreements. You know, we don't really see eye to eye on everything, but bro, shut the fuck up. Like, meanwhile, you're pearl clutching over me saying what, like a fraction of an argument where I say that some people, even with accurate weapons, will make mistakes, which they do. October 7th today, tomorrow, forever. October 7th with justice. It was glorious. You choose to live on a colonial frontier, you get what you ask. Little bro, I hope you understand, and I know it's difficult for a white person who doesn't actually give a fuck about Arabs, but when you're not dancing on the graves of fucking dead Palestinians to virtue signal to your audience, you understand October 7th was a fucking failure, right? You understand that it
had local communities. Yeah, sure. I mean, kibbutzes are like just like their own kind of like communities, right? Like it's not like it's not like a weird like legal like they're not government sanctioned directly, right? They're just kind of like people living in their own communities. That's my understanding of what a kibbutz is. And my other understanding of a kibbutz is that most of them are pretty like liberal. Basically a socialist settlement. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're particularly politically motivated. Originally government sanctioned. Yeah, I mean, I guess to some extent all of them had to be at some point. But my point being, I don't think that they're that like tied to being part of like the Israeli government or anything like that. They just seem like they're like I imagine them as kind of like a commune thing, but like with just like families, like you get like a big ass series of land and you just have like your family live on it or whatever. Like it's not like it could go like either way, or it could be like hyper political, or it could be not. But it just like it would really depend per family. It doesn't seem like it's like a particularly insidious thing, and I don't think it's like a government or a military thing by any means. They're not like settlers. Settlers is a whole different fucking ballgame. Not be successful, they were communes of different families. Ah, okay. So it's like just a social setting, I guess. Again, the idea that they were military bases seems very silly.
It was a failure.
And completely
in every possible sense.
unsubstantiated.
Hamas are done. They're never getting control of that strip again. They're done. They gambled with the lives of 2 million of their own people when they launched this attack, knowing full well how Israel would respond, knowing full well that Netanyahu is a fucking psycho who would allow war crimes to happen fucking endemically throughout the strip. They did all that. They knew what would happen.
It's like what I literally want to do with my friends. We just want to buy a shit ton of land in Texas, and like we all just build our houses on that land, and then we collectively I don't know, do whatever. I guess we weren't like trying to do farming, but like I get the inclination to want to do that, like on like a human level.
And they did it anyway, and this is what you support. For what? I'm sorry, this is what I want to know. I just want to know, like, when fucking Terrible Taco, after he had fucking scraped off the crusty cum off of his fucking iPhone as he was watching the videos of fucking Shani being spat on in Gaza or whatever. Like, after he was done with that, did he not stop and think, like, what's going to happen after this, you know? What's the inevitable next step?
One wholesome lamb party.
And by the way...
True.
Oh, why is my chat being so stupid? Hang on.
Yeah, we have some sick, I mean, I live with, you know, my fiance and 3 other people in a generally a pretty large house because we are all, kind of doing a little bit of socialism because if we were all like living in apartments by ourselves, we'd be spending so much money with so much less amenities. So I feel like that's kind of the vibe where like you just all share the same expenses together, like a mini social where like we all have jobs. You know, somebody's supposed to take out the trash. I do the dishes. You know. I kind of vibe with the kibbutz system, it seems, if we're talking about just something like that. Anyways.
Can someone ban that? Oh, why is my chat being so stupid? Hang on. Can someone ban that? Or they already got banned.
Difficulty HO. It's fine.
Eric M. Can someone ban Eric M, please?
Hey, I've saved many dogs in this, neighborhood. I saved another cute ass dog the other day. There was this little kids that were running around looking for their dog. I was like, hey, they called me ma'am. I thought that was funny. I don't know. I don't really feel like myself as like an adult, like outside of just like a adult among other adults, but like it just kind of was they're saying like ma'am. I was like I heard them like yelling for their dog, and I was like, because I put their dog in my backyard because they were just like wandering around near my trash. And this is why I'm a hero, by the way. But I am a hero because I was like, oh wait, because I was like, why are these dogs here? Because I was taking out the trash, and then I was like, wait, these are somebody's lost dogs. Because I was like listening to an audiobook, so I wasn't even like paying attention to the world, and I was like, fuck. And I realized, oh, I gotta go find everything. So I was like, okay, I was just making nuggies. So I ran into my house, I got my chicken nuggets, I baited the dog into my backyard. And then, because I wanted to look at their, I saw they were wearing a collar, so I looked at their collar and I called the number. They texted me and they're like, oh, I'm in a work meeting, but my husband and my boys are looking for them. And then I was like, oh, and then I heard somebody yelling like a name of a dog. So I was like, oh, are you guys looking for your dog? And they're like, yes, ma'am. And I was like, do you guys need like a leash, or are you good? And they're like, no, we can carry it, ma'am. And I was like, oh, sweet boys. I mean, they're very polite. But like being like a ma'am is kind of funny. And not the ma'am allegations, but like, but it was kind of a big dog, but it was like one of those dogs, it's like a puppy, but it's like still big. Like obviously the dog's gonna be huge, but as a puppy, like it was probably like, I don't know, like 2 months old. But like, they're like, no, we'll just carry it. And it was like three boys like traveling around with each other. It was super cute that they were like going around looking for their dog. But yeah, I'm a hero. Because, you know, I gave them their dog back. And did all the effort for it. Again, you always gotta pay it forward, because my dogs got out once, and then some other good Samaritans, as I guess you would call it, got my dogs and then put them in their backyard, and I was wandering around the neighborhood yelling my dog's name, and you always gotta pay it forward. You put here on your stream tags. Yeah, I know. I am a pretty big deal. But you always gotta pay it forward. Again, one time I was moving from one house to the other, and I saw these random dogs like walking around. I'm like, I could just keep driving. And I'm like, I can't just keep driving. So I stopped, and it was like 2 or 3 hours of trying to figure out where they came from, because I guess the family was moving and the dogs would go under the fence into their neighbor's yard. It was like a whole thing. I mean, there were some joggers that helped me. It was a very it's like one of those things where, as a socially anxious person, I'm kind of surprised that I was able to, like, if I had to describe what I had to do to myself, I would be like, there's no way I could do that, because I would be too socially anxious. But like, it's one of those things where you look back on it and it's like, it's not that big of a deal, like, thinking about it, but it actually, like, I put a lot of effort into doing that, where we like went around the neighborhood. Like, I was like knocking on doors, where, like, again, if you told me I had to do that, I wouldn't do it, but I just did it because, you know, I cared. And God, it was a whole thing. I really just pay it forward, right? Just pay it forward. My heart sank. It was the most horrible realization when I saw the back gate wide up. Oh my God, I am with you, Flynn. We have like a lot of workers, and our gate doesn't close all the way. I have 2 gates too. It was like multiple like levels of failure there, and the dogs were just like wandering around outside. I'm like, because then you think of like, oh, I'm gonna see their ran over corpse like in the middle of the street, and like, oh, and you have to have that thought process. Oh, 100%. You got the airlock set up? Yes. And it's still double points of failure on that one. Thank God, it's like the worst feeling, but I never get that image. Yeah. Like a double gate. Well, yeah, I was double gate too. Because we got people coming in and out of our backyard. He was so cute and loved me. I wanted to keep him, and I was going to unless I found the owner. I went to the pound and let him know that, and asked if anyone was looking for the dog. Then I got their owner was actually there looking for their dog. Ah, you should have killed the owner, Avocado. That would have been the ultimate thing. I get it though. That's some good being a good person shit though. I feel like, again, like, there's so many like elements of being like, oh, it's not my problem when it comes to like just seeing a random dog around the neighborhood, where it's like kind of low effort to like just be good, but like there's like that aspect of being like, oh, it's not my problem, but it's like, wait, but what if it's your dog? But we love dogs. They're I feel like the biggest psychopath test, which again, Trump hates dogs, by the way, which is really funny, because of course he does. Where like, if you hate dogs, there is definitely something wrong with you, like, in terms of like a lack of empathy, I think. Because who the fuck hates dogs? Like, we literally don't deserve dogs. Like, they're so kind and pure. Hates dogs, guns, and drinking. Yeah. I guess that is true. That's like the most un-American thing ever, that Trump hates dogs, guns, and drinking. That if it was a red flag for someone to have a dog on their dating profile pics, I was like, what the fuck? Well, I think if it was like their only picture, yeah, that would be weird. But like, I think that's like a green flag. I would say that it would be a green flag to have like a dog. Like the ability to be able to take care of a dog, like I think is like a just like even on like a Jordan Peterson level of like a Evo psych, like being able to take care of a dog is like would be a green flag for anybody, right? Like it really proves that you're able to take care of like a another life. Yeah, it means you're home at night. I mean, there's a lot of like weird commentary about like cat people are weird, but I still think that the like cat people have like a lot of empathy. IMO. But I and you can have that criticism, but I think like being a dog lover or like having a dog, I think that's like a total green flag. Yeah, I'm with you, Flynn. If they only have pictures of their dog, that'd be really weird, but like cats are better than nah. I used to think that before I owned dogs. Like fuck. Really gonna tell me, hold on. And you gonna tell me this motherfucker? He hates being held. Oh god. What does your breath smell like? That was pizza? But this smells very garlicky. Alright, I love you. I know you hate being held. Alright, anyone that doesn't like dogs, seeing that little cute little fucker is a psycho. And Trump famously hates dogs.
Like other creators, I do actually police my community when they say fuck. Eric M. Can someone ban Eric M, please? Because unlike other
Crimea River to the sea, Gaza will be Israeli.
creators, I do actually police my community when they say fucking crazy shit. I just don't understand why. I just don't understand
die for
why
you.
we're in
I just
this,
don't
like,
get you. Yeah.
This world. This is not normal. This is not a normal world where apparently these statements that I'm making are like what.
Well, I think also dogs like have more of a reliance on you. Like cats are independent as fuck, which like to some extent is nice when they actually like you. But like I think like you can leave a cat at home for like a long weekend, right? I feel like cats are like teenagers and dogs are more like actual like children. Or it hits different with the idea of like how much they rely on you. Where like you can't leave like a dog alone for like an entire like 24 hours, you know, unless you have like a really specific like because they gotta go out. I mean, unless they have like an indoor place to go potty. No, yeah, cats, but I think definitely dogs are better. Yeah. They even love pieces of shit people. Yeah, that's like one of the big things about it. Like cats, like if you mistreat a cat, they will not come back. Which respect to cats on that one. But that's why I think there's like an element of why dogs are so precious. It's like they just love you in like a way, and they're also like pack animals, as in like not like they're like pack like animals as in like they carry stuff. But like pack animals is in like they rely on you not only just for like they trust you. They trust you to like lead them. And I feel like that's really important, like as a learning mechanism, like to have like I was really like annoyed that my parents never let me have a dog because they thought I was too irresponsible. Where I think that it kind of would be the opposite, where I think a dog makes you more responsible because they do rely so much off of you. That I feel like it helps your like self-esteem in a way. Like a cat, like you only fuck up, I guess, if they die or whatever. But there's like a series of like elements to dogs where it's like a good dog is a good dog because you taught them to be a good dog. Because you took care of them and stuff. Because like you can teach a dog to be a bad dog. I mean, you can't really teach a cat to do much other than just being a cat. Oh no, they absolutely miss people. My roommate's been visiting his dad or housemate has been visiting his dad for like a month, and I can tell like he's been really lonely. But luckily we have another cat that my other housemate has where they've been able to be like hang out, but like you can tell he absolutely misses Dustin. We made my son much more mature. Yeah, so like I'm kind of annoyed that like my parents were like, oh, they didn't want to get a dog because they thought that they would have to deal with so much more work. Where I don't really think dogs are that much work. Like again, I had a gigantic backyard growing up that was all fenced in and shit, so it's like that wouldn't have been an issue. Like they for some reason thought you had to walk a dog every single day. Your parents enjoy their grand dog. Yeah, who doesn't? But they're like so awkward around my dog sometimes. My sister's really weird about the dogs because like Ben will like kind of like nip her hand a little bit, like you know, the love nips. But she like gets like scared. And it's kind of cute. They're responsible, and then it does fall to the parents. Yeah, I'm sure, but like you gotta like kind of read the room. The thing is, like, I think that I wasn't like an irresponsible pet owner. I mean, biggest issue was I played WoW a lot, you know? Like, I am like the best dog owner. Like they have trained me to. Maki has a certain bark that she does that I can tell it's when she wants to come back in. It's like, like I've literally like attuned to my puppers. I think I'm a fantastic dog owner. Especially because I got 2 at the same time and I never had dogs previously. I feel like I've adapted well to having them. Obviously Razor's part of this, but you know. And it's quite hard work, but she's a little trauma baby and she's earned it. Yeah, one of my housemates' dogs like that too, where she's like very she had to spend like a lot of money to train her. Because she was like, you know, like a rescue. She's a great dog, but she's got her quirks. Thank you, Jibber. I gave me a treat. Would develop that responsibility if they believe their child lacked that. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't really like the idea of thinking that my I guess that's kind of the issue that I guess I have, Avocado. Sorry, let me rephrase that. That's the issue, is that I feel like my parents like think I'm completely incompetent, where I think I would have been fine, considering I'm fine now. And I don't feel like there's anything particularly different about it. It just feels... It feels like they didn't feel like I was competent. We do have an issue with table feeding them, so I guess that is a criticism. I know you're a little overweight, pretty girl. Maggie's a little overweight, but oh wait, Mom, you. Because you're too cute. You're a cutie patootie. Aren't we all true, Ben? God. Razor gave them pizza and you just smell like garlic. It's not good for your tum-tums. I don't think that's gonna... You are so stinky. Alright, speaking of overweight, I don't think he actually is. I don't know. That's my best transition.
What warrants the fuck? Hey, I just don't understand why we're in this, like, this world. This is not normal. This is
They were
not
too busy working on Mikado. Both my parents were working.
a normal world where apparently these statements that I'm making are like what warrants the fucking entire
Dog
lefty
shit everywhere. Oh my god. Oh my god. One of the worst things. Razor gave them. He like got like meatballs from like some Italian restaurant, and he let them eat the red sauce. And I have never seen diarrhea like how Maki had. Holy shit! It was like, cause she's a Korgel. She's very short, so when she squats to poop, it was like literally like it was like a comical like just liquid shit in a circle. Like, oh my god. She was so fucked up for so long, like, or not long, like so long. It was like a week. So what we had to do is we had to get a bunch of boiled chicken. I was looking up like, what the fuck do we do with this? Yeah, I call it my Korgels. It's my little thing. But we had to get boiled chicken and just feed her just straight boiled chicken for like a week for her stomach to like come back to normal. But it was like, she squats to poop and it's just like a smoothie. like an ice cream like thing. It's so gross. Just quit smelling. Yeah. Is it because of that? Or the master bathroom, I was gagging. I sent the mop in there like 10 times. I think we gotta not overthink cleaning shit like that. You gotta like go with the dry thing first. You can't go with the wet stuff immediately. I think that's like I think that was your mistake, Bound. You gotta go with like the grabbing this shit with like either like a gloved hand or just like a paper towel, and then go from there. Also, how the fuck does a chihuahua go like that hard? Like their bodies are like this big. Dog poop Well, do you want to contribute to it? Oh, it was like, oh, okay. I didn't realize you meant by auto mop. I thought it was a setting. So you had like a Roomba. Oh god, that's horrible. I see what happened in that. That's hilarious. I'm sorry that I'm laughing at your misfortune, but it is very funny. God, that's big mad. I think that Roombas are just like not there yet. I used to have a Roomba that kept trying to commit suicide because my my living room was like, I lived in a condo. It was all upstairs basically. Like my garage was under it and then everything was upstairs. So every single time it would just like, I even had like the thing where it's like it's not supposed to go past this point, but it would still try to kill itself every single time. I actually found it at the bottom of the stairs once. Let's be like, ooh, do you hear? Well, not if you got a good dog. My doggies don't poop inside. They haven't pooped inside in years. You guys want to see the cutest picture in the fucking world? Hold on. The fuck? Parker, what? I'll just show you a picture of when they were pups. And their corgals were just little tiny little fucks. This is what Ben and Maki used to look like. Get out. I mean, she didn't really get any bigger, but does Maki as a puppy? Again, she didn't really get any bigger. She did get bigger, but oh my god, what a cutie patootie she is. This is randomly Destiny at a thing.
Breaking news, I wanted just to mention to you, several people.
This is Piers
nominated
Morgan
to
talking to
roles-
me for some reason. I was just looking at my Twitter picture. That's the only reason I mentioned that. Oh! I'll see them when they're pups. It's Maki when she was a pupper. That was Ben. Alright, this is probably really annoying to do this. But like, I'm like the... Well, maybe it's like a similar to being like at like a Thanksgiving thing. Where I'm just the aunt showing random pictures that you might not even give a shit about.
Okay, Monkey. Okay, do it.
Look at those little floppy ass ears.
Oh. Monkey.
Look at the little floppy fucks.
Monkey. Okay, do it. Oh.
We're doing another slideshow. And I think that's the... This is when I just got them. This is the day of getting those fucks. This was the, this doesn't look like Ben at all. This was the, ad for them. Cause the lady I got them from, she had like her own like hair salon as part of her house. Which is why this looks like a hair salon. This is one of the pictures that I saw when I wanted to get them. And Ben always looking at my butt. Or sitting on my butt. Look at how tiny they used to be! Look at how tiny they used to be! They're so small! Little floppy ass ears. These dumbasses. Again, Maki really didn't get that much bigger. Oh, look at them floppy ears. Little floppers. Guess I'm looking like a shark for some reason. Ignore the back when I was doing OnlyFans shit. Look at this little tiny fuck. This is the cutest thing that's ever existed. All right, speaking of cute things that exist, Lonerbox. Don't misread that. I'm just trying to do a transition.
Apparently, these statements that I'm making are like what warrants the fucking entire
Right.
lefty brigade. Meanwhile, someone who openly advocates for murdering civilians. If basically, if every Israeli just got fucking nuked tomorrow, this guy would be happy about it.
True.
He would celebrate. He wouldn't make excuses. He wouldn't be like, oh, it's a shame that it happened, but you have to understand what the consequences of oppression are. No, he'd be happy about it. He would love it. Half of the world's Jewish population just... Meanwhile,
Thank you.
what I say is
Reasonable fucking take. That's true. You know that a lot of these motherfuckers would actually be cool with that.
problem. And for Hasan, the largest political streamer on Twitch, oh yeah, this guy, we have some disagreements, but overall, I think the content is quite come on. Just like with Japan, a nuclear bomb is needed to stop Israel.
Just like Japan, a nuclear bomb is needed to stop Israel. Nice. Again, this is what I'm saying with the pro-clutching bullshit, or what I agree with the fact that you say the pro-clutching bullshit. They don't actually give a shit about human life.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know why Hasan's decided to do this, because Hasan...
As a Japanese person, this is racist. I guess I'll get really mad about that.
Bad is fucking mental. There were people in Hasan's chat saying, oh no, don't pull up his Twitter on stream, it's really bad and shit. They know. They just don't care. It's just interesting that this is the level that Hasan is fucking stooped to, is watching videos from this person in order to, I guess, get his back on people like me or Destiny who criticize him. Like, bro, I'm sorry. The difference is...
The funny thing about it is that the biggest example of the reason why he's watching, or why it's so fucked that he's watching Bad and Panana videos, is because he doesn't want to do the effort to watch their content enough to be bad faith about it. They would rather watch a content creator that they know is going to be bad faith about it, because they've clearly been bad faith about... Bad and Panana's been bad faith about Hasan a million times over. They know that. That they would rather let him do all the bad faith things. It's like a weird level of laziness in a way, where it's like they don't even want to do the effort into watch their content to be bad faith about it. They want to watch somebody else's content that's bad faith about it to then just, I guess, support. It's amazingly lazy.
Is that you guys have to bend over fucking backwards to fight.
What does he think of Destiny? Oh, they're friends. Again, Lonerbox is his own content creator, but they're definitely very friendly. But as you can tell, Lonerbox is very much somebody who clearly is not opposed to disagreeing with people. Which, again, if you're gonna be a person that's gonna disagree with somebody, Destiny's gonna be a better option to be a friend, obviously. Because, he's nowhere near as insane about, having to be, a campist as Hasan. Yeah, Lonerbox openly did. Yeah, they've had very good again I think one of the biggest thing about Lonerbox is he's very good at having very civil conversations, and I think that again there's no way that Hasan would ever talk to Lonerbox because he wouldn't be willing to be challenged. Where Destiny has the capability of being challenged and having a good faith conversation, even if they disagree. And I think that's one of my big tent poles for actual good fair based I'm struggling with the words. I know what I want to say. I'm just struggling with the words. Analysis, I guess, or having conversations, or getting a little nebulous with it, but what I think is really important is being able to have a conversation even when you disagree with somebody that's not particularly you know, vitriolic, and I don't think that Hasan can have that. And I don't mean that he can't have that because every single conversation is vitriolic. I think that the only conversations he decides to have are like glazing. Like I don't think he even like can approach the idea of like somebody really disagreeing with him, because then he's just kind of like going to go towards his like clout or whatever. Like when he like was showing a Nick poem like Houthi propaganda, like he's not the person who's going to be able to come into the conversation and like be like he's like obviously playing it off as like a joke, because like what the fuck else is he going to do, you know? Like that's like such a silly thing. Like it was like, well, they're not a political person, they're not like educated on the subject, they have no idea like what the like you're just gonna leave them with that? Like what the fuck? Like that's not like you're not really ever putting yourself into a situation where you're having like a debate anymore. Cats are so much better. You know, you're I'm gonna unmod you, chicken, for that one. But they are civil and talk. Oh yeah, absolutely. But most of their opinion, they're like very friendly. Like on a personal level, they're pretty friendly. Flynn, if you're new kind of to this like universe, please watch Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is somebody who's living in Ukraine, covers the Ukrainian. He's a younger guy, but he's living in Ukraine, or he goes back and forth, you know, here and there. But like he's very funny. I think if you like Lonerbox, you like his content as well, and he's very obviously pro-Ukraine. Yeah, shout out to the Dylan Burns on that one. So yeah, if you like Lonerbox, you'll definitely they're also personal friends as well. I know Hasan called what did he call? He called him a vicious neoliberal or something like that, and a war tourist pervert, which is hilarious considering he's literally just a journalist. Hasan teased talking to Lonerbox, but I think he was too afraid. No free clout is too ingrained in his. Yeah, I think that like Hasan's idea of like being like a political, it's really weird because he's like both like for some reason getting more clout in the political world, but also like moving away from actual like you know, his big criticism of the Democratic Party being that like they're out of touch, where I feel like he's trying to be I'm the guy who's in touch, but then his entire political stance is basically being a tanky, which as much as that's popular, that's not going to get us to where, like if we're talking about in the American system, being like his tanky stance is untenable. You're never going to be able to move that into actual like, because the entire point of it's like hyper radical, like overthrowing all the bullshit. I mean, I don't really know what his whole thing is about that. I've been looking for left-leaning political creators that are not Hasan. Oh yeah, absolutely. My favorites definitely are Lonerbox and Dylan. So I think you since we seem like we're getting along on a lot of our things that we're saying, I think you won't be disappointed. He's also very funny. If you know who Haas is, Dylan or Haas once challenged Dylan to a boxing match. He accepted, and then Haas backed out because he realized that that Dylan had boxing experience, which is on so many levels just very funny. Anyways.
I guess, get his back on people like me or Destiny who criticize him. Like, bro, I'm sorry. The difference is that you guys have to bend over fucking backwards to find instances of me saying something out of pocket or defending war crimes or whatever, which I...
Also, hi, Kelby, if I didn't already say hi to you. I don't remember. I think it was like mid-sentence, and I saw your name, but I don't know if I actually said hi, so hi.
Never done.
But
I've
yeah,
never
but-
justified war. I've never celebrated war crimes. I've never said you should target civilians in any capacity. You've never seen me saying, like, this is what they're looking for. They're hoping for
Dylan's
something
Harris Majest. Yeah, we're all jealous.
like this.
Immediate and sincere worries about communists trying to
The true leftists always have the nice hair. Like Lonerbox is great hair. Clearly my great hair. Dylan's great hair. Ethan's great hair.
violate and murder my family than I do people like Fuente.
What?
Like, this is what they're
It's
looking
heavily
for.
disturbing
They're
to me
hoping
that
for
I
something
have
like
more
this.
Immediate and sincere worries about communists trying to violate and murder my family than I do people like Fuentes, who is an open Hitler enthusiast. Both want to make us suffer.
Thanks for the $20. At the end of the day, this is the kind of shit that they would love to get from people like me, but they're just not going to get it. You're never going to get this kind of unambiguous support for war criminals. Like, look.
Resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like, everybody
Talking about Hezbollah.
Oh, I get it. It's like an AI edit of that actually happening.
By the way.
region. A lot of people don't like them. Like,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them.
Wait, is this real?
Just say.
Yeah. Don't have an issue. Can you imagine if I said that about the idea? I don't have an issue with them. Or if I said that about the settlers, I don't have an issue with them. Bro, fucking hell. That's the kind of clip that these idiots are desperate to get a hold of, but they have to just chop things up and throw in like just random ridiculous inferences because this is all they're ever going to get.
Wait, so they're sitting on the bed and it looks like he's getting a condom? I thought this was like an AI thing, that it was like him just saying it, and then it's like oddly making it look like a porn. Oh, he said these same things. Stop. This is real? Okay.
This group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like, everybody
Talking about Hezbollah, by the way.
region. A lot of people don't like them.
Why are they sitting on a bed together?
Like,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Ever since he got COVID, I feel like his voice has gone like crazy, weirdly deep. Holy shit. I feel like I shouldn't be watching this. This is for like after hours? Can we watch this on Twitch? I don't even know. I like how I lied to myself at the beginning of the stream thinking I was going to get through a SWOOP video. We're already 3.5 hours in this. We're definitely not getting it through a 2-hour SWOOP video. So after we get through this, I think we're gonna probably end it. So if anyone has again, granted, we have another about 20 minutes. So, and by that I mean 10, which will be about another like hour, I think. So if anyone has in mind somebody to host, it's not gonna happen right now, but if anyone's got anything in mind, keep it on the top of your head. We're not gonna get through a SWOOP video.
Don't have an issue. Can
Maybe
you
this weekend,
imagine if
maybe this weekend. Because again, her video, I really want to watch it because it's about GypsyRose. I guess we'll do a little bit of a preview for maybe this weekend. GypsyRose, if people don't know who GypsyRose is, she is somebody who, if you're in the true crime space, you know, because famously, there's actually a really good show based off of her story. Basically, she was like the most mega Munchausen by proxy victim. Like one of the best documentaries I could suggest is Mother Dearest, I think it's called. It's on HBO. Basically, she was like convinced since like an early age, like her mother was like insane. And she was convinced that she had like cancer, like she had like a feeding tube put in. It's a really crazy story. For like in her entire life, she said that she had to be in a wheelchair even though she knew she could walk, but she was told by her mother she couldn't. So she would like kind of like sneak things here and there. But like her mom basically just said that she had all of the issues so that she could get like attention for herself. And then she ended up killing her mother. Or she ended up fighting, well, she didn't kill her directly. She did an online chat room and met this guy, this autistic kid, who then they conspired together to kill her mother. And she recently got released from jail. And she's been kind of on this like she has this like weird guy that she was like married to or whatever, that when she was out of it, it's a really interesting story, so I'm really interested in this video. But if you're interested in the story itself, I would suggest watching the documentary Mother Dearest, because I'm really excited on watching that. I'm definitely not going to do it tomorrow, but yeah, that's kind of the plan for the weekend. Well, you didn't schedule time for the dog poop. The dog poop comment. I'll probably stream on probably Saturday. Probably like midday Saturday. That's kind of when I'm planning. I might stream on Friday, but I don't know. We'll see. The holidays always mess everything up. Anyways, back to what seems like a Pornhub thing of Hasan fucking Houthi. I don't know what is this?
Like, I like what you like. I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
Yeah. Don't have an issue. Can you imagine if I said that about the idea? I don't have an issue with them.
I'm in Central Time, so right now it's
if I said that about the settlers,
it's almost 9 p.m. It's 8:55 p.m. right now.
I have an issue with them, bro. Fucking hell. That's the kind of clip that these idiots are desperate to get a hold of, but they have to just chop things up and throw in like just random ridiculous inferences because this is all they're ever going to get. Bro, you guys are the problem. I'm sorry. Like, you don't have an issue with war criminals with who like murder their political opponents and will threaten to chop the hands off of people who try to bring them to justice.
Does anyone know, did Hasan have an issue with the or was he one of the don't miss next time people? What did Hasan say about the Trump assassination attempts? Was he just like a straight up like don't miss next time like memer, or like did he get like in a more America centric like liberal I don't approve of like political violence, if that means type of thing, like how what I would assume normal people would think? Sorry, hold on. Hasan, he approved political violence. Oh, was he like the don't miss type then, I guess? I feel like that's surprising that I don't know what his take was. I feel like people would have gotten pissed off. I guess he probably didn't comment on it. Anyways.
This.
Whoa!
But they have to just chop things up and throw in like just random ridiculous inferences because this is all they're ever going to get. Bro, you guys are the problem. I'm sorry. Like, you don't have an issue with war criminals with who like murder their political opponents and will threaten to chop the hands off of people who try to bring them to justice. Who murder left-wingers, by the way. Hezbollah, there's a good article here from International Viewpoint if you want to talk about Hezbollah basically waging a merciless war against communists in the 80s. Because this was one of their slogans at one point, wasn't it? It was neither Western nor socialist and Islamic Lebanon. Like, how cucked do you have to be as a communist in the West right now to just be selling yourself?
Is this on a communist? Like, I don't really even know what his political values are. I don't feel like he's like a pure like Western socialist, because his values clearly don't align with that, considering how much he simps for Russia and China. Like, if you're like an actual socialist, there's no way you would have the same values that Hasan does when it comes to like him being totally cool with like the authoritarianism when it comes to crack down on like LGBTQ like rights, the idea of like this hyper communist element of China that he seems to like think is like super cool. Like I when he says he's a socialist, I feel like, what does that mean for him? I guess I have to question that. He calls himself a, does he? I feel like he knows that it's like socially untenable to be able to call yourself a communist. I mean, the idea of communism is retarded, so I guess that makes more sense, like, if he's being honest. Like, being a communist is in a pre-scarcity world, like, it's stupid. You can't be a communist. Like, if you have the same actual, like, realistic values, you'd be a socialist. But like, if you can't be a communist, and Marx would spit on you because he would understand that, like, obviously the context that you live in, right? What's the term? The world that you live in, right? We're not in a world that's set for communism. We're not in like a post-scarcity world, you know what I mean? Like, we're not living in this like way that that like we're like in a Star Trek type world type of shit, you know what I mean? We're not in that. My brain wants to say means the production. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of like material conditions. Yeah, the material conditions. That's what I was looking for, or phrase I was looking for. Is not set for communism, and it would be silly. I mean, that would be like the same flaws that like the Soviet Union ran into, which is what added to its like destruction. Right? Was that like they tried to do this? For one, Stalin didn't want to do any communism to begin with, but like the idea of communism was just a tool to get the masses behind you, but it wasn't really what they were looking for, because they knew that their economy could, which again is like the element of that, right? Like, we're not in a post-scarcity world, right? Like, we are still having to deal with like trade and shit. So communism like that is hilariously unrealistic, I guess, especially in America. So being a communist is very silly, I guess, in this environment. Like, I know he used to call himself a socialist. Like, I consider myself in between a democratic socialist and a socialist democrat. And I know that's like somewhat nebulous, but that's kind of the point, is that like your political values are, I'm not like a fucking expert about every single element of like what that means. So I'm just telling you the best way to communicate what my values are, right? Like, I absolutely am more socialist. I am not as socialist as Vosh, but I'm probably more socialist than Destiny. I guess is my take on that. But I understand the world that we live in, and that we're still living in a capitalist, especially in America, a capitalist world, and like we're not going to we're not gonna have a fucking revolution. That would be insane. Well, Marx didn't live in the 60s. He thought that we would be in the 60s. Right? When did Karl Marx die? The man died in the 1883. I don't think that he thought... Oh, you said 1860s. Sorry, never mind. That was my inability to read. I thought you meant the 1960s. I was like, what? I'm pretty sure he died quite a long time before that. Speaking of Karl Marx, I don't know, Lonerbox. I try my best with the transitions, alright?
Out to people who murder leftists, people who murder pro-Palestinian leftists. Because what, I guess occasionally they throw pot shots at Israel, you know? That's the trick. You can kill as many Arabs as you want, as many Arab leftists as you want, as long as you lob a fucking cookie rocket over at Israel every now and then. Hezbollah, who engage in sex trafficking, by the way, sex trafficking of Syrian refugees.
Well, thank you, Flynn. I'm glad you're part of the community. We always love having new people who are not... Sorry, I was going to make a really stupid joke, and I'm just going to not say it. The point being, I guess, not a retard, but... I fumbled it in my head.
I think this was actually probably...
But welcome to the community! For people who I hope are reasonable, or I hope we all think are reasonable, of course.
Sex trafficking operation.
Because we argue with each other all the time.
That was ever uncovered in Lebanon, 2016. Syrian refugees, as part of a crisis that they helped produce, by the way, by helping Assad stay in power in Syria. You know Assad, the guy who gasses his own people? A big part of that Syrian refugee crisis was started by surrender or starve.
Yeah, one of the biggest red flags is also like anyone who likes Assad. I will never forget that debate that Vosh had with Jackson Hinkle. Like, again, Jackson Hinkle's literally been to my house before. And it's like, I'm still so pissed about this. I feel like he was high as fuck, because he's a degenerate, obviously. He was high as fuck, because he came over with John Zerka. Back when we used to have like really big Christmas parties, like 3 years ago. And I was like, you don't actually believe in anything that you say, right? And he was like about to say something, and then my friend jumped over the couch and like comically timed like cut in. I'm still so mad about that. Do you think I would have my precious dogs anywhere near Jackson Hinkle? I feel like it would literally kill them. Jackson opened the window. Again, one of the funniest things, the first thing he said, it was like a Halloween party like 3 years ago. And the first thing he said to Razor when he came over was, "Hey, I fucked that girl like 3 times last night." Like, they're like mid-conversation about something else. And it was another friend of ours. And it was like, everyone's like, we're like, I mean, I wasn't there for this. So I'm just saying, like, the way that it came off and the way that he explained it was like, okay. Of course, he like, yeah, I know. It's kind of amazing that he used to be like a Hillary Clinton fan, which is, I mean, like, I can't believe how far Hinkle's gotten. I guess like having no morals gets you pretty far. He's kind of like amazing in that, like, I find him like really interesting. As for one, somebody that is literally like been in my house, and somebody I've like met, and also somebody who like I can't understand how he's gotten so far. Like, cause he's insanely unlikable, and really weird, which makes sense why he went right wing, because he's very off-putting, and he is obviously a degenerate that does a lot of drugs. That's something I do know. Because, you know, I'm friends with John Zerka. Mafia Jinx, I heard he had a thing for all girls. Oh, of course he did. I think he just is like a weird, thirsty dude. He's just a weird dude, you know? He's exactly, I mean, it's like kind of funny, like, he's exactly what you think he is. At least from the shallow interactions I've had, of course. But I feel like that, like, it hits so boringly obvious, I guess. Like it seems so mundane, I guess. Anyways, let's finish this up.
Tactics. Like actual, like what they're doing in the north of Gaza, the general's plan, that's Hezbollah's go-to. They trained Syrian soldiers and helped them with carrying out sieges because they were more experienced. And this was their go-to. For years they would do this. And then they would cope by saying, actually, everyone we went after was either what?
Well, I think more than anything, Hinkle, I think that's actually what I think is really interesting, is that Hinkle is basically a acolyte of Jimmy Dore, where they just did the right-wing shift, because neither one of them really were particularly principled about their interest in Bernie, or maybe they were, and they were just so, like, I guess, lack of being able to take an L, that they just completely threw all of their principles out the window, and then we're like, oh, well, if we lost, then I guess we'll just do anything, which is stupid, obviously, but I guess there's at least some consistency to it. But yeah, no, he was like a Hillary Clinton stan, or all of that, but like, what did Hinkle say to you?
I don't want.
What?
Love somebody else. I don't.
No, I didn't say the name. It was just like I fucked her like 3 times last night or something, right? Like the first thing he says coming up.
Like, when he was definitely drunk when he.
Oh, he was high as fuck.
To the girl and he's like, "Had 6 times. I die here."
Super. Do you see it?
He
He's
said
super.
it in a way that almost made it sound like it was the first time he ever had sex.
I mean, it might have been. Communism that Haas and Jackson tried to push, yeah. Well, that's because he wanted to just be. All it is with Jackson is just attention seeking. That's the same thing with the Bernie Bro thing. Like the same thing like he's taking from his guy. Oh my god, I just said it. The old guy. I just said the name. Like, I guess what I'm saying. I think it just all is just like what is the populist opinion or whatever, where then like the MAGA thing became like the populist opinion type thing, where it's like, okay, they don't actually want to do anything interesting or like go against the grain. Huh?
Jackson's.
Okay, I'm now thinking that might have been AI because I know I showed it to you because I saw it, but I realized that he did an AI thing about speaking at something else. So I don't know if that actually was real.
Was it?
On Twitter, yeah, he was. Which again was complete bullshit. Or not bullshit, as in like it was just like annoying. Oh, wait, he wants to come. Human versus hamster? Is there a human versus a hamster?
Human scale obstacle.
Oh.
There's that same obstacle course,
Gotcha.
hamster size, and the humans have to race it.
We're out of ideas, huh?
Because they're all characters. Shadow.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna smoke a blunt.
Alright, just still do it inside. You love that for you. Oh yeah, Maggot copied it. Ah! I love how they're all like right wing, like religious, not or where they're like the most godless heathens ever. Alright, Jesus Christ. I'm getting a little sloppy here. I get it's the day before Thanksgiving, which apparently is the biggest drinking night of the year. I'm gonna go get another drink and then come back and then finish this video and then I'm gonna go be sloppy, not on stream. Hold on. All I know is Maki would kill those hamsters because she's a fucking savage. Alright, let's go back to this.
Israeli
Sorry,
because
this
they
is
were
such a
more
mess.
experienced. And this was their go-to. For years, they would do this. And then they would cope by saying, actually, everyone we went after was either what, Israeli, pro-Israeli, or ISIS. Like, yeah. Everyone we fight against is a terrorist. I wonder where they got that from. The Assad family is also oppressed
Could
Palestinians.
we Jackbox? We get Jackbox today.
You know the reason that...
Wait, any of you fuckers want to play Jackbox? Besides chicken, I know you're always game. It might take me more than 5 minutes to set up, so maybe that's a bad idea. Oh, wait, even you're saying not tonight. All right, that's probably the best thing to say.
The reason
Haas can be. Oh no, Haas is incredibly entertaining. He also came to my house at the same Christmas party. Haas is a very entertaining guy. He's like Zerka, where like they're both kind of horrible people, but they're like in a way benignly horrible. Where they're very likable on a personal level, like they're very nice. But the things that they like say and advocate for are horrible, but they're not like that sinister, I guess.
That Hafez al-Assad sent Syrians soldiers into Lebanon in the civil
Like
war.
I like Haz and I like
reason-
Zerka, but I know they're horrible people.
That Hafez al-Assad sent Syrians soldiers into Lebanon in the civil war.
I love dogs too. Not really. Hitler didn't have any dogs.
It was to help the Christians, right? It was to take out. It was to bring down the PLO, or to rein them in. Yeah, they went there to kill PLO. Yeah.
All right,
The
guys,
same
let's stay actually on on message for about 7 more minutes, okay?
In the same dynasty that Hezbollah supported. So, you know, at the end of the day, I still continue to say, like, I'll generally draw a line when it comes to engaging directly with Bada Panada, because I think it's fair to draw a line at
Yeah.
full-on, like, Islamic fundamentalist fascist supporters who have gone after my personal life several times and who have also who continues to this day to falsely accuse my dad of being a fucking phalangist who did the Sabra Shatila massacre.
That's insane. Like, if you have like no actual like proof for that, that's like pretty like. I don't understand why how he has a platform. If I assume he's not the only person to have such a slanderous claim said about.
With no evidence, by the way. What do you call that?
Did Hitler have dogs? I feel like that's impossible. He had 2 German shepherds, but they're like in. He probably just liked them because they're good at killing Jews or something. He named both of his dogs Blonda. Before Blondie, Hitler had 2 German shepherds, a mother and a daughter, both named Blonda. This guy wasn't. Jesus Christ. They were just used for. It seems like that would be the case. You know who else had a German shepherd? Coincidence? Calvi also might be. Okay, Hitler, Joe Biden, and Calvi. What's the commonality? Oh well, dog meat doesn't count. Dog meat's like. Do you guys remember that meme of like from Fallout 4? Well, that's not what I want. Dog meat. I should be more specific. This is my fucking favorite meme.
Identification rejected. You do not have sufficient security clearance to access this area.
This is actually why I couldn't use dog meat, because of that noise. I feel like if you know it, like you get a little triggered by it, like the yelp. But obviously dog meat can't die. But the yelp always made me so sad. I feel like on a visceral level, it's like upsetting. But dog meat's a good boy. Ben! I think they're outside. Alright, let's finish this video so I can go
What do
hang
you
out
call
with
that
my
when a white person
family.
falsely accuses an Arab of being a terrorist?
That's a really funny sound drop. Just that out of context.
Evidence, by the way, the Sabra Shatila massacre. With no evidence, by the way. What do you call that?
I hate his
What do you call
nails,
that when a
yikes.
white person
I do also hate the nails. I don't know why they don't do a good job of maintaining it. Like, just tear it all off. Do a better job with the painting.
falsely accuses an Arab of being with
Well-
no evidence, by the way? What do you call that? What do you call that when a white person falsely accuses an Arab of being a terrorist with no evidence?
Racism? Question mark?
Did you learn that one from fucking Netanyahu? But that's how you do that. That's how you get away with this kind of shit, with celebrating October 7th as if it did anything good for the Palestinians, as if Hamas as if Hamas gave a fuck about what would happen the day after, knowing full well the kind of
So deep inside? What do you mean?
atrocities that Israel would commit in Gaza the day after. Because these people don't see Arabs as real people. They see them as just
I think it's just like the nail polish was chipped. I think that's the
little
whole thing.
fucking subjects, little pieces.
Because they don't know how to use the good thing. You gotta get one of those fucking LED or whatever. It's you have to get the top coat thing that you have to have the little thing that has the blue lights on it. Use your top coat. It's not that difficult. You don't have this like chipped nail polish issue.
Their broader narrative of, I guess, death to Israel. Yeah, there's the consolation, right? Yeah, you killed 1,000.
Do you think there's a lot of people also like really will not admit that they literally just want Israel to die? Like, I think that Hasan does want Israel to not exist at all, but he's kind of like weirdly like playing around with it. And what I mean by playing around with it is that he knows that it would sound too bad to say that directly. It's like I don't want all Jews to die. I just want them to go to camps or whatever. Like he wants to say like lightly, and I don't think he wants all Jews to die. I'm just using that as an example of like the kind of like rhetoric that I think he uses. I do think he does want Israel to not exist. I mean, I'm willing to have people disagree with me. I'm just saying, like, I do think that Hasan would be totally okay with Israel like being wiped off the map, and I don't mean like he'd be okay with every single one of them being killed, but I think if it happened, he'd be fine with it. And we have to have some subtlety and understanding what I mean by that. I don't think that he necessarily is like super stoked about it as much as I think he'd just be okay with it. They can have Florida, not well. Again, like I don't. Oh, you mean the Jews? Yeah, I mean the Jews can have I mean plenty of places. Whatever. I don't have a problem with the Jews having a place for them to we'll give them Alaska, I guess. I don't know. Or just like we have a lot of areas in the US. But I honestly don't even know if he'd be what his stance would be on that. I really don't think that he's anti-Semitic as overtly, I guess, as that, but I don't know. I don't think Hasan is as much as anti-Semitic as in like I think his anti-Israel stance has kind of made him in a way that he doesn't even necessarily even know is anti-Semitic. I don't know. I'm trying to. Maybe this is not the best time to be talking about this. Cause I looked at her. What's she doing? She doing a little wiggle waggle? You wiggle waggling? My first cousins are part Jewish. What?
You have to get the toy that ended on March. Stop.
Israel-Palestine at this time with Jews against the LDS and Scientologists would be a better way. Let's give me you, Talia. Oh, what a mess religion is. That's why I'm an atheist. I don't want to play the game, right? Anyways, my stance on this whole thing is the Jews are there, Israelis are there. Whether or not it was legitimate for the state itself to exist doesn't matter because they're already there. And the Jews, they're already there. They've had multiple generations of people being there. You can't act like anyone's in the right of like taking over more land. Obviously is ridiculous. And also like the idea of, oh well, like I don't know, they should all just go else. All of the Israelis who were born there should just go elsewhere. It's like that's insane. Like where are they gonna go? They're it's like it's akin to like deporting like what's your nephew's wife? She's it's like deporting all the DACA people. It's like they're born here. Like they don't have any other nationality. Where do you go? Where do you put them? You know what I mean? Like I think that the idea of like getting rid of the entire Israeli state, as much as I think it should definitely be reformed, is silly because it's incredibly fucked up because these people were born there. What? You want a hot take? What's up, Parallax? I didn't feel like we're kind of mid-conversation. You want me to change to a different subject? You're just drinking Captain Morgan? Wait, are you actually? Because you already sound high. I don't really know why you're combining. I feel like you're gonna throw up if you do that. No, it's not.
Go out on Thanksgiving Eve.
No.
Party night of the year.
It's the biggest party. Okay.
Biggest clubbing night of the year after Halloween.
Give them Florida. Yeah, we should give them Florida, but I feel like that would be like a weirdly cursed thing. It's like giving them like I've been reading Game of Thrones. It's like giving them Harrenhal. Like it's kind of cursed in a way. Give it to the Jews, my pick. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I feel like we're so cooked, like, considering that, like, speaking of, like, weather patterns, the fact that there is a not insignificant amount of people, and I mean, like, an actually, like, large group of people, not the way I said it earlier, but, like, that, like, literally think that there's a, like, the cloud seeding was weather machines for Joe Biden to cause issue because they wanted lithium or something? Which, yeah, maybe we should put some more fucking lithium in the water to level us all out. All right. Sorry, I was looking away and then I looked back and Lonerbox seems like he was like patiently waiting for me to stop talking. Does that mean the weather machine is too? Oh god. Well, maybe. Oh, they want to get rid of the fluoride, right? My god, I fucking forgot! RFK! He wants to get rid of fluoride in the water. Which I don't inherently have an issue with, but like that's not where it's gonna end. It's gonna be a lot of stupid bullshit. He's gonna want to get. The man doesn't like fucking vaccines. He's probably totally cool with other women dying. Little commander. Oh, look at littles. I love dogs so much. They're so cute. You gonna have Brit teeth now? Yeah. I'm gonna die. If I get pregnant here, I'm gonna die. Literally. Another person, like, again, I'm in my 30s, dude. Like, there's not an insignificant chance that I will literally die. You know, I remember, like, I remember watching a Philip DeFranco video, like, years ago about, like, how, oh, United has a lot of pets die on it. Like, 30 pets a year die on their flights. And then I moved to Texas, and I'm like, that won't be me, right? That statistic won't be me, right? And then, literally, my cat died on the airplane, on a United airplane, moving to Texas. My cat died on it. And it really made me realize the whole thing of, like, it's not gonna be me on the stats. Oh yeah, that's not me. But it really was me when my fucking dead ass cat. I was like, there's no fucking way this actually happened. I made a joke about it. So remember when I made a joke about it? But
because they were taking.
Yeah, because of the Phil DeFranco thing, and I was like, oh yeah, I heard about this a while ago that, like, a lot of pets die on United Airlines. And then he was just dead. I feel like that's, like, why it's kind of terrifying with the people having miscarriages and dying. I know. We are one of the stats.
So you know, it's me.
Blame you? Well, I mean, I'll be dead. It doesn't really matter.
Like, whenever I have to do something, it becomes complicated. Everything.
Oh, you're saying you're unlucky.
Yeah.
So you think that my cat dying was your bad luck?
Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't have cats.
That's
then?
why I thought you. That's why I thought you were gonna break up with me.
Why would I do that? That's not your fault.
I thought you were just right back home.
I did all this work to move here, and then I just go back, and then I just would have nothing. I would have the same thing, but without my cat.
I was pretty.
You really thought I was gonna leave you because,
Basically until.
which was, wait, the thing that cemented our relationship was having the dog.
Yeah. Right.
Well, then don't leave the gates open, and they could possibly get out. So if they die, I guess it's over. I don't do anything. Two different commands, so it gets confusing. All right, Jesus Christ! I'm trying to finish this video. It's been like 3 hours trying to finish.
Really? Wow.
All right.
Well done. Of their broader narrative.
Chicken says happy. Wait, did you see that, or did you just?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, Chicken just said Happy Thanksgiving. Specifically to you. What's happening?
Of, I guess, death to Israel.
All right, clip chimp that.
Yeah, there's the consolation, right? Yeah, you killed 1,000 Israelis. Wow, well done. That's where we are there. I don't think I need to explain anymore. I think that if you watch all that, if you watch that from start to finish, and you still think, oh, why don't you go after this claim, or what about this claim, or what about this claim? Sorry, no, sorry. If that's not enough, and you
Yeah, I respect this so much.
still think there are good faith attacks from this side of the.
Hold on. What?
You botting if you just hate a bunch of guys.
That's literally what it's literally what botting would be.
Well, bots not talk to you.
No, that's literally what a thing. What?
Don't viewbot. I thought viewbots just take up like.
No, but they have like even back in the day, like you could tell when a channel was being viewbotted because they would like say like streamer. They would just like say like
it'd be like nonsense.
Okay, yeah, because because this was a really common thing where they would come into you would get like a huge viewer boost, and then it would be obviously fake, and then they would send you a message, and be like, hey, you want that level of viewers? then go to this website and pay this money, blah, blah, blah. Like, this used to be like a really common thing on Twitch, where like you would get like random view boost, like by like, I don't know, like 50 to 100. Like, I remember I was on the front page of Twitch once because it was somebody just trying to sell me a viewer boost for a little bit, because again, that was back in the Wild West days of Twitch, where it was
staying with AI. Now it's a whole new.
Well, it's not new.
Now they can watch your stream and they that are content.
Well, they already did that, but like in a more archaic version. But yeah, it's not really that new. The thing is, like, again, like I remember being on the front page of Twitch at one point when I was playing League, like, oh my god, like 8 years ago, and it was just because it was completely botted. And it was, I was doing a giveaway, and then it was botted because of, obviously that would be like a double attention thing for them. And then I got like so many fucking like the DMs or whatever on the Twitch thing was like, hey, you want messages? Go to this website, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, it had like 2,000 viewers or something like that. And it was like, obviously botted by multiple different ones. It's just because I was doing a giveaway, and I guess that's what they were more likely to, because I was spending money, I think was the idea, to do a giveaway, that they figured that I would be willing to spend money on their service. All right, whatever. Anyways, Jesus Christ, can I finish this? Oh my God. All right, moving on.
The internet that I need to deal with, then go. Disclaimer. Sorry. No. Sorry. If that's not enough, and you still think there are good faith attacks from this side of the internet that I need to deal with, then go away. Sorry, dude.
I respect that.
What do you think people like him would say about the new released footage of Hamas torturing civilians? Oh, they don't care. Actually, I know full well. Where was that one where the quack quesadilla was attacking creator in their comment section? He signed it off.
Have fun. Wait, having fun being the token Palestinian to validate Lonerbox abhorrent Zionism, dude. He justifies the murder of Why does he spell it like this? It's on YouTube. It's fine. Murder of Palestinian kids. He like the way you have to spell it. I mean, murder of Palestinian kids. He laughs at the mass rape of your people in camps. Claims that Israel's crimes are not systematic to downplay them, which obviously is not true in all elements. It supports the continuation of what he calls the war. Yet you're happy to jump on stream with him and give a Palestinian voice to validate all that in the eyes of his audience. Infamous collaboration. Yep.
Infamous collaboration. Them talking to me. Collaboration. You know that language, collaboration. Bro, it's like the guy thinks he's fucking Yahya Sinwar or some shit. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. They don't give a fuck that Sinwar killed more Palestinians than he killed Israelis. Easily. Because they're all collaborators, you know? Anyway, fuck you. I'm gonna go and do more interesting things from now on. I think that's where I'm, for the foreseeable future. That's where I'm leaving that one. Hasan, sorry. I'm sorry this happened to you. I really hope you can find better allies out there who don't make you look like a fucking lunatic.
Yeah.
But yeah. I know they're bad faith, but was the last Destiny attack not valid? It seemed a little insane to say people in safety areas are not just fair game to be shot.
I don't think this one was spotted. I mean, the idea of like a lot of people being more into election coverage, or a political streamer having more viewership, I think is totally normal. Like most political streamers, like myself included, had higher viewership during the election cycle. I think the idea of Hasan being botted would be silly, because I don't know why he would need bots. Maybe before the election run-up? What do you mean? I mean, like, what do you, like, what, like 2 years before? Like, it just seems like more than, I guess unless you have something, like, really dramatic, it just seems like that would be natural to have more people, more viewers, based off the election cycle or whatever, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Or
the
especially
video with the
leading up
white
to
flag
it.
guy moving towards the Israeli spot from the safe zone. No one ever watches anything.
Again, being botted is not necessarily something that you do. So, I mean, that might be possible, sure. Like, I've been botted before, but it's not something that, like, I did. It's just, like, as I was saying earlier, it's, like, something that they do to, like, try and, oh, look what we can do for you type of thing. And it's, like, some people, like, again, like, he's such a big streamer that I feel like that probably realistically happens all the time. But stupidly, of course. Twitch has gotten way better with, like, clamping down on botting. I think, at least. I don't know. I guess I don't really, feel like I see any direct botting, but I don't really spend that much time on Twitch that much, besides when I'm streaming, of course. So, that's my reaction.
Or maybe some people apparently do, but they just chop out the bits that are inconvenient to them. I disagreed with that. I pushed back against that.
Do you think Hasan is irredeemable at this point?
Thanks for the $10, Z. I really appreciate that. Is Hasan irredeemable? I don't know what you mean by irredeemable, but Hasan believes what he's saying. Hasan is like an ideologue. Hasan is a ideologue who, I don't know if it was by accident or not, but he's found himself in, like, his moral views of the world and his understanding of what's happening.
Oh, Spec, you also have the VIP. You gotta fight Alec for that. But I haven't seen you two in the same spot at the same time, so next time you, Quasi Spec, and Alec are in. I made a joke about the fact that only one of you guys can have VIP. So if you're gonna continue with my meme that I'm making a joke, you're gonna have to fight them for the hottest take, or maybe a Jackbox. We'll figure a a arena that you guys will have to compete in. It'll be, depending on how much you give a shit, probably pretty light.
On this planet
turn for VIP. That actually is a really funny idea.
has led him to support Islamic fundamentalist fascists. Yeah, that's where he is.
We're all just trying to have fun here.
And to glaze them. And to, I guess, just be blissfully ignorant of their own crimes. Although I don't know if that's true. I don't think he's actually ignorant of Hezbollah's crimes when he says that he doesn't have an issue with them. Because...
Okay, I think he straight up loves the idea of, like, well, not Hezbollah, but, like, the Houthis. Like, I think he thinks it's super cool. But, again, this is what I find, like, really annoying. Like, as somebody who also is I went to a private school with a lot of rich people, right? One of the people I went to school with was the son of, like, a person who played for the Raiders. Like, there is a lot of aspects of, like, when you're a rich kid, like, feeling of wanting to be, I guess, for a lack of a better term, one of the cool kids. Like, to feel like you are, like, because people constantly tell you when you're a rich kid that, like, you don't know anything about money, you're worthless. Like, you do get really oddly bullied in a really stupid way when you're a rich kid. And I'm not trying to say that as in, like, a way of, like, it's kind of the equivalent of, like, a man being like, oh, you have white privilege, right? Or a male privilege, or like a white person having, like, white privilege, right? It's like one of those things where, like, yeah, it kind of feels bad, but, like, you got to give it in the idea of context of what we're talking about. Where, like, yeah, you get, like, bullied for being rich. That does happen. But, like, I mean, I'm saying, like, rich. I'm, like, my family's not, like, rich. But, like, I did get bullied for, like, being wealthy. or a kid, because obviously that doesn't have anything to do with me, right? Like, which is stupid in a lot of other ways, blah, blah, blah. But I think a lot of, like, people like Second Thought, like Hasan, who they want to be a man of the people type of thing, where they overcompensate and then they, like, do the whole thing where they become tankies. Where they're okay with, like, the radical, like, politics, because it's not like my dad's politics. It's not like my rich parents who got me here politics. I have to be different than them type of politics. And it is, to some extent, I think, a little childish in that way. Show me your dick. You don't. He was pantomiming like he was actually. I love my husband so much. Bunch of rich girls. Chicken, how fucking many rich girls live in West Virginia or wherever you live? They own, like, I don't know, like 2 tracts of land. I think he thinks I think he wants to just be, like, kind of the edgy, like, other guy, because he wants to be like the Hasan. I think he literally just wants to be like the cool guy. And I think that to some extent that's totally good. Like when it was like him talking about like to the Andrew Tate thing, I feel like that was fair, where like he is a tall guy, he is a jacked dude. Like I think him like being God, these nuts. Like being like a tall jacked dude and like kind of like, I don't know, bullying average people into being more progressive. Or like not average people, but specifically like dudes who think that like jacked dudes is like the only thing that matters. I think that was good, but I think that the problem I have, obviously with Hasan, is that he wants to be like a radical. He wants to be remembered, and he wants to be a revolutionary. Where if you actually want to make change, a lot of it's really fucking boring. A lot of it's a bunch of like names that won't really be remembered. A lot of it's like a bunch of like whatever bullshit, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I think he is an accelerationist. I agree with you. I think that he wants to see that because he thinks that things need to get worse to get better. But again, that's the problem. Is that like when you do that, you leave a lot of people behind. Like he doesn't give a like he says like, oh, I love trans rights, I love women's rights, but he doesn't, because he's totally cool with the idea of like all this shit, like it has to get better to get worse to get better. Sorry, I said that backwards. To get worse to get better type of thing. And to some extent that is true, but like, you know what would be cool? Not having to deal with that. Which, again, he didn't even want to try and contribute to, because he didn't even tell people to vote. He did in the last election. He didn't even. I smell coffee. Sorry. He didn't even tell anyone to vote. I thought he was pretty good when he talked about Andrew Tate, because he was just making fun of him. All right, let's stay focused here. If I'm going. I don't have any follow-up statement to be able to hang out with my husband. I'm trying to think if I want to... This is completely... I'm getting a little loopy is my point. I don't want to need another hate video, right? Yeah, focus here. No, yeah. I was thinking, like, if we have a videographer we're gonna have to pay a bunch of money for, like, I'm curious, this is how loopy I'm getting, if like you guys would even want to, not if you'd want to watch it, but if it like to see my wedding thing. I feel like it would be embarrassing. I don't know why. I feel like it would be embarrassing to show you guys my wedding video. I mean, I showed like chicken or you know, like the homies, but like just on like a stream. I'm getting loopy. All right, let's finish this.
he does say here.
Group, they're pretty successful against Israel.
Should have mentioned this.
But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region.
He knows everyone in the region hates them.
That's not happening.
Yeah, he knows. So he knows that everyone in Syria who's not pro-Assad hates them. He knows that everyone in Lebanon, just about, or not everyone, but most Christians and most Sunnis, he knows that they hate Hezbollah. But it's just interesting that he knows that, but he isn't aware of why that's the case. Or maybe, you know what? I think he might just be ignorant. He might just genuinely believe that everyone Assad and Hezbollah were fighting with were Al Qaeda and ISIS. That is probably.
Oh, chicken, don't worry. We're spending a lot of money getting some asshole to record it. I say with love, obviously. I don't even know him, so I don't actually think he's an asshole.
That's not unforeseeable. That's not inconceivable. I think it's actually quite likely that he buys that line, that Bashar al-Assad line, where everyone I don't like is a terrorist, which is so fucking funny. It's like, bro, the only person who does this worse than Netanyahu is Bashar al-Assad, just so you know. No one does it worse than him to say that everyone we hate is either Israel or or ISIS, like a terrorist. You know, while we're here, there was one time when Hezbollah extended a courtesy, actually, to ISIS, when they defeated them in a town near the Lebanese border of Syria. They defeated ISIS, but rather than arrest the survivors or kill them all, or what they would usually do, is they actually offered them an evacuation. They offered ISIS an evacuation to the survivors, to the surviving fighters. And the reason they were actually doing this was because they thought that ISIS could basically put up a good fight against the opposition, and if they could fight amongst themselves, that would be beneficial to him, to Hezbollah and Assad. That's the real reason they did it. But when he did it, he said that this was a continuation of the battle against Israel, fighting ISIS, and then letting them go so that they could go and regroup and fight somewhere else. So I might go into it in the future, but there's this whole rabbit hole you can go down into how complicit Assad was in allowing ISIS to come to power.
Yeah, no, yeah. The funniest things about like us. What's the thought we're talking about? We're talking about
Power.
Hold on.
And how much space he gave them to grow, and even when they were controlling cities in Syria, about how much. Yeah,
Bashar al-Assad, right? Oh yeah, no, like, God, that was I feel like I've seen so many tanky arguments like pro Assad that like I feel like I don't even have to do that much research in opposition, where it's like, oh, just everything they say, the opposite's true. And I know that might be like ammunition for like a dumbass tanky to think that that's like powerful, but it's like, yeah, that's like a joke, obviously. But that's because they're so comically, that's literally what they go for. God, I want to go camping out in the forest again.
How soft he was on them, basically. Because
you know what? We should give them, I don't know who we're talking about, but give them Utah, so they have to fight it out with the with the Mormons.
I guess he ultimately saw them as like a part of a divide and rule situation where ISIS could fight with the opposition, and then Assad could just leave them at it, you know. But we'll go into that another time.
Maybe we'll.
That's a whole separate thing.
We're looking at other places. Chicken.
Which no one denies, by the way. No one who is actually aware of.
So everyone's just a drug addict. You're not really selling me on it.
What's happening there?
Oh, he slowly fades into the background. I love this. Trump's craze incoming work cook. Stop!
I thought Trump would basically.
Stop trying to bait me into another an hour and a half video. Okay, let's stay focused here. I'm getting loopy. Yes, it's before Thanksgiving, so I'm a little drunk. Okay. Quick, Midnight Sumo, is that going on? Somebody to host, quick. I am very loopy. I also want to say thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun today. I didn't actually think this stream was going to be this long, but Thanksgiving came out. But this was a fantastic night. You guys are always great, as always. I'm glad that I was not actually canceled as that Beans person said I was going to be or whatever. I don't know. I assume that's what they said. I actually don't know if that's what they said. I'm just doing a little bit of a goof. But you know, we're a small community. We have a lot of fun together. So glad that we're still able to do that. Even though I got into a little controversy. And again, I think that you guys should all make sure that you give thanks to the God of your choosing and or your population. And I think I should end the stream before I start going off on just saying a lot of silly stuff. Let's see if I spelled Midnight Sumo right. All right, let's hit enter. I did spell it right. Let's go. Please join the raid. You guys are all great. That's why we come here. I am not planning on streaming tomorrow, but we'll probably see you on Saturday. This has been a fun time. You guys are all great, and we love you a lot. And I hope you guys all have a great Thanksgiving and or whatever your equivalency of that is. Aki's doing a wiggle woggle behind me. All right. Wiggle woggle? Wiggle? Oh my, your eyes are so. This is a pretty girl.